Constellation is sponsored by Freeze Pipe and their remarkable line of glassware that makes smoking so much smoother. American owned, which is important to us, and with more than 100,000 happy customers, Freeze Pipe uses the thickest glass and market-leading glycerin chambers for a smoother experience you have to feel to believe. Ditch harsh smoke forever by visiting thefreezepipe.com. That's TheFreezePipe.com. And use the code CON at checkout, that's CON, for 10% off your order. Shop today for free shipping and smoke like royalty without paying a king's ransom at thefreezepipe.com with the checkout code CON. Constellation, Last Stand Media's conversational podcast, is brought to you by you. If you want to learn how to support our podcast network, head to patreon.com/laststandmedia.
Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Constellation, Last Stand Media's conversational podcast. Gather round, get comfy, let's chat. My name is Dagan, the Dagster Moriarty, and I'm joined as always by my brother from the same mother, we think. Mom's favorite, Colin Moriarty. Col, talk to me, my friend.
Well, good to be here with you today, Dave. Thanks for taking over hosting duties. It seemed like people liked you hosting last week, so we're just going to keep it going. You know?
All right. Well, I
don't really feel like hosting anyway. Hosting a show is so much harder than just being on a show.
Do you think so?
Yeah, I know so. I mean,
all right. I'm not sure about that.
That's so interesting. I feel like you have to be totally engaged and like steer things and kind of bounce things off of people and kind of organize and herd the cats. I think it's a difficult job, way different than rolling onto a show and just being on it. So I appreciate you taking that off my plate. So we'll see how it goes.
Awesome.
But yeah, thank you for having me today.
Oh, it's so good. I mean, I learned from the best. You make it look easy. I learned through osmosis. And yeah, it's fun. I was just talking about that with PJ when we did Knockback. I said, I don't know which is harder because just being on the pod and not hosting, and it's a very reactionary thing. You have to be able to react, right? I think it's harder when you're not hosting and it's just two people, because it's just a two-way conversation and you have to be ready for whatever the other person's going to say. I mean, you could probably argue that's the case with both, whatever your role is on a podcast, but I'm not sure. I'm of two minds with that.
Yeah. By the way, you don't have to say greetings and salutations. You can
come up with my own thing.
Why don't you make something up for yourself?
Okay. I wasn't sure if I should just do a familiar thing, but put my own little twist of lemon with it.
Hey guys, I gotta go. This isn't fun anymore. I don't like it when he hosts. This is boring.
Thank you for weighing in, my friend. Well, listen, let's continue. I want to pose a question to you guys, something that happened to me this morning, but let's go around the horn first, continue our introductions. Let's welcome first the newest member of the Moriarty tribe. She's never met an egg she didn't love. My sister-in-law. I'm very fond of her, even though we'll never see eye to eye on circus peanuts. Micah Moriarty, everybody.
Oh, well, thank you. And I have to bring up a funny thing I saw in the comments one time. This guy said his wife cannot stand that Colin says greetings and salutations. And he said, every time I put on the podcast, she says, just say hello. Like she can't stand it.
Really?
But it's like, I love the greeting. I think it's just very Colin, but it kills me to think that every time this woman hears it, she yells, just say hello.
I've been saying it for many years, but I don't know why or where it started. It started at IGN, but I don't know why.
Oh, it's that old.
Every time Colin slips into bed for date night, that's what he says to you. He covers going, greetings and salutations. And that, it's on. It's on.
I mean, I wish it were so tame. Often it's the Southern man voice, and you have no idea.
Also, what is Washington going to say? He doesn't even.
George isn't going to like that. No, you're coming in a little low, Jaffe.
Oh, you're coming in a little low, Colin. Hang on. Let's see. Is that better? I know what it is. Hang on.
Yeah. Anyway, go on.
Well, on that note, listen, I brought my pipe to celebrate the other guest we have here today.
How's that? Better. No, it's too loud. How about now?
Good. That's fine.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's the Goldilocks level.
Let's be gentlemen, Dagan. Begin.
Listen. Oh. I love it. Let's get the vibe. Let's get the right energy. Finally, we normally do reserve the best for last. We thought we'd switch it up this time. Coming at you from beautiful San Diego, By way of Alabama, everybody's favorite Southern belle, David Jaffe, the legend.
Well, I do declare, it's so good to be here. And is that who's that? Who is that? A black person in the suit? I don't know if I can handle this show. I didn't understand what's happening. Listen, I'm from the South, but I'm from the liberal, progressive little suburb of Mountain Brook, Alabama. So just so we're clear, they don't like us down there.
Yeah, you're only a little racist.
A little racist, yeah. And that was only to fit in.
Okay.
One time.
Just like on Long Island, everyone's racist but in denial.
Yeah, when we went and saw the movie A Time to Kill, we cheered the other guys, but still, no. Look, it's good to be here as always. Thank you guys for having me. I'm going to try. Did you have a lot of Confederate flags growing up around you? Not in your house, but I'm saying certainly not my house. Yeah, the Jews with the Confederate flag. It was Hanukkah and the Dukes of Hazzard.
Right. There was that one. God, I can't remember his name. One of the Confederate secretaries was Jewish. I can't remember his name, but yeah, Benjamin. I'll think about it, and I'll get to it.
Robert E. Leastein is
Robert E. Leastein, right? That's right. Stonewall Jackson Stein.
That's right. As soon as the Shabbos is over, we're going to go on over there and take out the Yanks. Listen, no. I mean, we were, like I said, we were in a pretty good area of town. We were fortunate, but I mean, yeah. I mean, if you didn't have to go very far, and I remember. Very briefly, I was on the river, one of the lakes, whatever, with my dad, and we went into this riverside 5 and dime candy shop, whatever, fill up the boat and just to get some food. And my dad, very gregarious fella, and he's talking to the people, but at the end of the conversation, and I don't know if they marked my dad as a Jew or whatever, but I don't think so. I don't think they knew. And the guy said, well, the one thing we don't need any more of in this town is Jews and the N-word. And I was just like, and that was one of those moments, like as a parent now, I'm like, what do you do? Right. My dad just sort of was like, okay, well, I guess we'll be getting out of your fucking shop. And we left. But at the time now I'm just kind of like going, would I hit that fucker for my kid? Or would I, what do you do in that situation? Dagan, you got the kid. What do you think? What do you do?
I told the story not too long ago where two very clearly very Guido-y Italian guys were just hanging out at the shore, at the beach, on the boardwalk. But it was like the off season. It was like the winter, late in the winter. Not a lot of people around. They were on a neighboring bench, and me and Helene were sitting by with the kids. They were pretty little still. And they were N-word this, N-word that, everything. And I was getting so enraged because not only were they saying it within earshot of us, but they were being so loud that I knew the kids, everybody within earshot heard it. Right. And I actually said something expecting to get the shit beat out of me. But it was in that moment, I couldn't not say something pipe down. There's little kids here. We don't talk like that around here type of thing, And the funny thing is I wasn't from there. Maybe they were,
so
we go down
say?
there for vacation, but. What did you say, Jeff?
What did they say?
Did you say it or you didn't say it?
I did say it. I did.
So what was their response?
Their response was kind of we understand you with your, they kind of demurred, but they weren't apologetic. They stopped, but they sort of, sort of blew me off type of thing. But they did stop doing it.
Well,
Guidos are very racist.
What is a Guido?
Oh my God! A gaudy Italian man, typically.
Oh, okay, that's what you call
pinky rings,
well dressed.
Yeah, maybe a tracksuit.
Wait a minute. Well dressed, and you said tracksuit, and
not always well. I don't agree that all.
No,
tracksuit. I think it's more more of a tracksuit, and kind of like some of the thugs from The Sopranos or something like that.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I know it's a derogatory term, but is it a racist term? Could I say the word or no?
No, you could say Guido. That's not a racist term.
Okay.
Dago would be the racist term.
Yeah.
Got it.
That's what they bleeped out on Jersey Shore for an episode. And the reality was that they just exposed a whole generation of non-Italians, of people like myself who were like, what are they saying? What is the word that they're bleeping out? And then we go Google it and it's so now we know this word, though, that we otherwise just wouldn't have.
I never heard that word.
There's a word that comes after that word, right? It starts with W.
Yes.
Yes. And
Yeah.
that word also, that word is an acronym, isn't it?
I think
is
so.
it?
It's
Yeah.
without papers.
Yeah,
Yes,
without
that's right.
papers.
That's
right. So they would say Dago Wop.
Right.
Oh, see, that I didn't know. On Jersey Shore, the thing was that they kept referring to wife beater tank tops as D-word tees, is what they were calling it.
Yeah, that might be a thing.
And they kept
Bluebird.
like bleeping it out though. So all they kept saying was like, it was literally bleep T. And we're like, what are they calling this shirt? And then we're like, are they saying the N-word? Like, what are they saying? Like, it just was like, what is the word? Because we had no context for anything except like, those are called wife beaters. I mean, muscle tees. Right. Like, we're like, what else are you calling it?
Let's just be clear about one thing. People are not going to want to hear this, but it's true. 70 years after the slaves were freed in the United States, you waspy motherfuckers were walking around calling us Dago Wops. So I don't want to hear and saying Irish need not apply as well to our other side of the family.
Come on.
I just want to be clear that you're not calling me a waspy person. I've never, I was so happy for a moment. I'm like, is he talking to me? I made it.
No. I'm really only kidding.
No, I know. I was just
really,
like, you know,
I really don't care.
It's like, am I not mean to the left enough?
Here's the thing: is like people were mean to my ancestors, and I'm not sure I really give a shit.
Yeah,
because it's over.
Because they made them what they were, which got them to have the sex, which got them to have you.
That's right.
It's not untrue. I mean,
no, it's totally true. It could have gone in any number of directions.
You don't get to the manicotti without a little perseverance and a little oppression.
Wait, what happened? That was horrible.
Trying to be Italian.
Oh, don't even.
That was Italian?
That sounded
You
Dutch
don't get to the pizza.
It started with Mario, and then it just.
I thought you were doing that
east.
Lady in the Swamp from the Princess and the Frog Disney movie where she's.
I've never seen that.
Oh, it's so
I'm
good.
I'm not good at accents at all.
This is clear.
You know, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna say the N-word.
Micah, Princess and the Frog. That's the first Black Disney princess. What is going on?
Not just that.
No, we already had Brandy as Cinderella when I was a kid, and it was fabulous.
Oh,
you're Brandy, right. Cinderella, Whitney Houston as the fairy godmother, Whoopi Goldberg, Jason Alexander.
Oh, I had Diana Ross in The Wiz as Dorothy. That was better than any of that shit. But listen, though, fellas and Filettis, that was Disney trying to bring back the 2D. That was a big deal. I remember I was excited for it, and it did okay. And it was a good movie. The soundtrack is phenomenal for that movie. But it just, it's so funny that kids, without any conscious thought about it, they just reject 2D now for the most part, unless it's, in movies. But if it's 3D, it can be a hit even if it's crap.
It's so
I don't
weird.
understand what they're perceiving to go, that's acceptable, but the 2D animation, which is clearly in the case of Princess and the Frog superior to a lot of the 3D stuff, they just want nothing to do with it.
Yeah, it's so strange. Time was up, and when was Princess and the Frog? That was like the early aughts, right?
Yeah, it was like 2011 or something.
Oh, was that late?
I think so.
Okay, you're right. I blame the whole thing on VeggieTales. The whole thing started with VeggieTales. That where the turn to CG, and then that's what became implanted in kids' minds. Like, we need to see these things in 3 dimensions, however horrifying.
2009 is the
okay.
year.
Jaffe was close.
And just to put just to finally wrap this up, the Attorney General of the Confederacy was a Jewish man named Judah Benjamin.
What?
You can go read about him. Yeah.
Little did I know. Well, listen.
I don't think they hated the Jews at that point. They felt like they had some bigger fish to fry.
That was coming.
Very true. That is true.
Well, by the way, the taxes.
You'll appreciate this, Dagan, on Sacred Symbols. It's becoming kind of a thing where we keep talking about why didn't they just let Hitler into art school? And someone wrote in saying, like, now you guys are you're talking about it so much that it's coming off as apologism. I'm like, all right, fair enough. We're just wondering why. Have you seen his paintings?
No,
yes,
I don't think I've ever, or I don't remember.
They're really good.
And it's like, they were like, no, he was like probably 18 or something like that. And like, no, you fucking suck. Get out of here. And they didn't get him. It's like, could you imagine what that is we were saying the ultimate little domino, like the ultimate little domino.
Yeah.
Some people said like, oh, he would have just went to art school and become a found artist and then just done this anyway. It's like, yeah, maybe. I doubt it though.
See, if IGN would have only given a good review to Drawn to Death, but alas, it pushed me into this direction.
Who reviewed Drawn to Death at IGN?
He's a son of a bitch prick. He was a freelancer, which pissed me off that IGN threw out a premier Sony game, at least what we hoped would be a premier Sony game, to a fucking freelancer. But beyond that, he just slammed it. And it wasn't a slam for the game. It was a slam for the game's politics and the game being vulgar. And I ran into him online about 5 years after the fact, and he was out of games and he would, retired, whatever that means, given he was younger than I am. And he was, and he's like, yeah, no, I thought it was funny. I don't care. Fuck you. He literally says this to me, and I'm just like, wow, you're a piece of shit. Because that game got terrible reviews from a bunch of places, but all the ones like, Polygon gave it a 5, but I loved that review from Owen Good. It was so smart, and I was like, yeah, no, he's right. I should have had him on the fucking design team. But this guy, he was a dick. Absolutely.
Yeah, I vaguely remember it getting a bit. I wasn't that IGN at that point. But.
Yeah, no. I remember because I was excited. I was going to come on Kind of Funny to promote it, and then that was the week you left, and I was like, "Fuck."
Sorry.
Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah.
I don't even remember that. All right.
You had other things on your mind.
Take it away.
Yeah, you listen. Stretch your legs with me for a second. I just want to ask you guys this question. I want to put this to you. This is a good foursome for this, I think, because we'll get some pretty dynamic perspectives. This morning, I go to the ATM machine, drive up ATM, but this could apply to a walk-up cash machine as well. Okay, I never go to the cash machine. I never need cash, but going to a function this weekend that I'm going to need cash for. So I just went this morning, scooted out. I said, I have time before the pod. Let me go out to the drive up and just grab some cash from the machine. One guy in front of me in his car, okay, already parked there, nobody behind me. And I'm like, all right, 5 minutes passed. The guy's still at the ATM. The guys in front of me at the ATM machine parked for 25 minutes before I get to the machine. And I'm losing my shit. And I'm just telling myself, don't take it personally. It's just a thing. He was here. It's not you, whoever I was, whoever was going to come along is going to be beholden to whatever this fucking idiot's doing. But it got me to thinking, at what point, whatever you're doing at an ATM machine that could possibly take that long, at what point do you look in your rearview mirror and say, listen, out of politeness, let me let this guy go, and then I'll circle back around. There's no line. There's nobody behind me.
It's like when you're at the grocery store and there's someone behind you with like one item and you have a cart full.
Very similar thing.
Yeah.
Right. What do you guys think? Like 5 minutes, 10 minutes? What's the polite thing to just say, listen, I'm going to circle back around, just finish whatever I don't even know what that person could. I've never.
Were they old?
I couldn't really tell how old.
That's
I
important.
finally realized it was a man. I was trying to keep my distance like a car length or two in between us. It was definitely a guy, definitely older than me, but I wouldn't say old, maybe 60s, not ancient. So I just got to thinking, what could have what just in your opinion, what would have been the time limit in terms of politeness?
At the ATM machine? Dude, if you're at the ATM, you're even saying 5 minutes. What the fuck are you doing at the ATM machine for 5 minutes?
Though? Like,
I've had similar experiences like at walk-up ATMs where I've literally gone to people like, what are you doing? This is an ATM. There's only so many. There are 3 things you can do. You can actually 4 if you want to. You can check your balance, I guess.
Yeah,
you can withdraw money. You can deposit a check, or if you're fucking crazy, you'll deposit cash.
Right, exactly.
I have no idea why people do that. Okay, fair enough. That's like suicide, but okay.
That's all you can
do.
Oh
no, we didn't get that. Yeah, like, sorry, we didn't get your cash. It's like why when I had my landlord in San Francisco, Greg and I used to pay the rent together because we had to pay it in cash to our landlord because he wanted it in cash. And we wanted to make sure we both saw it so that there wouldn't be any being like, you guys didn't pay your rent this month kind of situation. But 5 minutes, this reminds me, Micah, of when you and I went to get our COVID shot and there was that,
yes.
We're in the South, so everyone's like very slow. And I literally said to Mike at some point, like, should I say something to this person? Like, this needs to be going a lot faster. Because the first time we got a shot, like our first shot was at a military thing at like the Richmond Raceway. And they were like,
yeah.
So I have no patience for that. And it's anathema to my entire existence to be in that guy's position. There is no situation where I will ever be in that person's position because I am so self-conscious of where I am and taking up room from other people.
Yeah.
That if I was at that ATM machine and someone rolled up at me and I had more than 2 minutes worth of stuff to do, I'd be like, I'll just do it later. I'm getting my cash and I'm leaving. Like, but there are people that are just so deeply rude
They're oblivious,
intransigent in their what they're just like, this is what I'm gonna do, and I'm here first, and I have 25 minutes worth of tasks to do with the ATM. Like, what is he reprogramming the ATM machine?
I did notice that he was punching in the number. I guess whatever he was punching in, I'm assuming his PIN over and over again every couple of minutes. And I was like, what could this guy? The only thing I thought of was, I've never been in this position, but I've worked retail and had to accompany a manager to make a drop at an ATM. But even that took a matter of 2, 3, 4.
You would make the drop at the ATM. Like, usually if you're like a big, a sizable company, like there'll even be a drop box for you, you know, like that.
Yeah. Well, maybe it was that. At the same
like where you
area.
don't have to wait.
Right.
Yeah. Like, I don't know. Dude, 25 minutes.
It was insane.
Try that on Long Island, dude. I don't know where this happened in Eastern Pennsylvania. That guy would have been dragged out of his car, you know, and beaten.
After 5 minutes is when I looked at the clock on the dash and I was like, I'm timing this.
That's incredible.
And 25. Oh, yeah, it was 25 minutes.
I just can't believe you sat there for that long, Dagan. You could have driven to a different bank in that time. Like,
you know what?
I lose patience
probably
so
could
quickly.
I probably honestly could. I remembered that I didn't get out and park because I remembered from a past experience that bank didn't have an ATM like inside, like in the breezeway. Just has the drive up. So I would have had to go to another location, and it probably would have taken like 20 minutes, but I would have saved myself 5. You know
Maybe
I mean?
he had dementia and he was trying to make a phone call. Why isn't she answering?
Work.
I've punched in 911 5 times and nothing's happening.
There's this man behind me in a Star Wars shirt. I'm very scared. Send somebody right away.
Dude,
oh my God, now I feel bad.
It's fun. Like, I
think he's Italian, but I don't want to say that out loud.
I don't go to the bank almost at all anymore, but I used to go to the bank all the time. I use Bank of America.
Yeah.
And I've said before, I have no interest in regional banks because I want to go to the bank where if this bank loses all of its money, we're all fucked, you know? So it's like, I don't want any of like this weird Silicon Valley bank shit going on where it's like, that's not good enough. I need to go to the place where everything's going to fall apart completely and we'll have like a nuclear holocaust if my money's gone. But I used to be fascinated when there was an ATM outside. I was in Santa Monica and San Francisco as well. There'd be like an ATM outside or a few ATMs and then and you can go inside and talk to the tellers as well. And I would always be kind of surprised at how flippant people were in depositing money into an ATM machine. Not that it like really gets lost, especially in this day of scanning checks and all of that. But as someone who literally had a major problem in college with a check that was lost, that they definitely didn't process, that I definitely gave to them.
Ooh,
I am in no, and that was, by the way, that was a really serendipitous situation because what ended up happening was, this is like fucking stupid Colin shit, but I went in, we got it all sorted out because I had the slip still and they ended up finding it and all like the check. It was a check for my IGN freelance. But at the time I went in there like, do you know that every time you take money out, you're getting charged like $5 or something like that because you're using your savings account as a checking account? And I had like hundreds of dollars in fees and they just gave them all back to me.
Oh,
so
really?
Kind of ended up working. Kind of worked out in the end. But I'm like, the bank is right here. Why don't you just go in and talk to a teller and then you have like the camera of you and the money going across, and it's like kind of like being in a like a casino where like everything's like, and like there's no question of what's going on.
Right.
I just don't trust these motherfuckers at all, dude. And it's because I had that one experience, but I've always been surprised, especially with cash. Like I dated a girl a long time ago who worked at a restaurant in San Francisco and would deposit her tip money into the ATM. And I'm like, I don't get it. You know, like, something could go wrong here. You know,
would you think she should have waited for a teller in the daytime?
Right. Like just wait for Monday and go in.
Right. From Monday.
And and it goes back to me and Greg paying our rent in cash to our shady landlord in person. We would always pay it together for that reason. Because we're like, we need to have some sort of witness, you know, that like this actually went down. So that, I don't know. I just wanted to go on that diatribe. So that sounds like a pet peeve. Yeah, it is.
It's so common.
Dude, you want to know something else? I was in San Francisco separate. So, you know, traditionally you would roll your quarters and your coins up and bring them in or whatever, and they give you those rolls. So for years, I had in my room in San Francisco, 8 years, had these different depositories for pennies, nickels, dimes, and quarters, and kept them all totally separate, like fastidiously separate for years. Like, and you'd use cash a lot more. So whenever I had I broke change, I didn't mind. I just put it in, and I ended up having like hundreds of dollars at the end worth of change. But I go into Bank of America when I'm moving from San Francisco, and I'm like, hey, and I'm kind of like a little amped because I'm like, this is kind of like the execution of the plan. Like I finally can get rid of these coins, and I'm like, yeah, can I get the rolls? or whatever. And they're like, oh, we don't do that anymore. You can just dump it all in this bag. And I was like, you've got to be kidding. You've got to be kidding me. Yeah.
That's hilarious.
And they count it now. So anyway.
Yeah, because my grandma even had this, I don't know if this is what you're talking about. She had this stand-up thing that was like various sized tubes, and you put the quarters in it because at the end of it, you would be able to kind of slip the roll just right around the coins. Like when they get to the top of the stack, you have a full roll.
Yeah.
And so she had this little test tube system where you put all your change in it and eventually roll it. I mean, she did that for years.
Yeah,
it just wasn't like this
smart.
was the thing to do. You roll your own change, and then now you just give it to them in a sock, and they're like, "Thanks." They don't even care.
I just couldn't believe it. I was so crestfallen. Yeah, I was like, "Oh my god, this." I could have just had like the thing that our dad growing up had like a big glass water jug full of change. There must have been hundreds of dollars in it, and we used to rob the shit out of it.
Oh my god!
And
quarters were gone.
What did you tell the story on with PJ? It should be told that one day like we broke the jar. Do you remember that? And our dad was like on a tour, for like 3 days. So we were alone and we were going to go get pizza, and we replaced the jar, like the huge thing, with a plastic one. Do you remember this?
I do.
I guess hoping he wouldn't notice. And literally a millisecond after he walks into his bedroom, he like screams.
He walked in the front door and just sensed it.
Yeah. Like I remember that so vividly.
Then he's like, I'm getting this off the shelf. I'm taking it to the ATM. I'm depositing these quarters one at a time.
Yeah, we used to just take like, if we wanted to go play Street Fighter down at the pizza shop, or just like
went to Capcom.
Yeah.
And Dad's quarters.
And then we would tip it over or like roll it. And then one day we did it and just broke it.
Oh my god.
He didn't leave you guys money for pizza or food?
Probably not. What he probably did was shopped.
Yeah.
For us. Like,
okay. So
this was after our mom left.
That's more on brand.
So it was probably more like
okay, gotcha.
Here's like fucking 25 Lender's bagels or whatever the hell it is.
Some yogurt, some rye.
Yeah, exactly. Plenty of saltines.
I got a carton of blueberries for you kids.
Yeah, our dad's effectively like he's not pescatarian really, because he'll eat a little chicken and a little beef, but our dad is primarily a vegetarian and eats like very healthy. Like he's the kind of guy that takes literally like 50 vitamins a day, like literally.
Oh my god,
he doesn't do that anymore. Actually, he stopped. But for many, he had an entire shelf in our kitchen that looked like a pharmacy, but it wasn't like meds. It was all like Vitamin World, Echinacea, and fucking all the fish. And we used to call it his AIDS cocktail, because he had like the meds things for all the different days. He'd have 7 of those, and one of them would be for each day. Yeah,
there it is.
That's exactly right. He'd have one of those, but he'd have 7 of them stacked up.
God damn!
And they would be like all the. And I think what ended up, our dad was always kind of like very healthy, but after 9/11, I think our dad got mega paranoid about being exposed to all the shit down there.
Yeah,
and like really went crazy with it really ramped it up. But I do appreciate him for one reason, Dag. Well, many reasons, obviously, but in this regard, he was the one that really pawned off on me echinacea, vitamin C, and all that good stuff that really does help you get better when you're sick.
Oh yeah.
Like he would be like, oh, don't take that, just take this, and it would work.
Yeah.
So he was onto something.
Oh, he was a little ahead of the curve. See, we ended up with a compliment. We sniped him, and then
wait until you hear what I'm going to say to the little routine I'm writing for the live show.
I can't wait.
Are your parents coming to the live show?
They are.
Oh, he will. Oh, that's good.
He'll be there. So
they'll be in the crosshairs.
Can't wait, because it's a favorite tradition of ours to make fun of our dad's awesome. It's a tradition that we just constantly make fun of him, on the shows. So, and he listens.
I didn't even think of that. Yeah, it's a live opportunity to have Adam.
Oh yeah, I got a few good zingers for Dad.
I love it.
Constellation is sponsored by Freeze Pipe and their remarkable line of glassware that makes smoking so much smoother. Learn more now at thefreezepipe.com and use the code CON, that's C-O-N, at checkout. These days, marijuana is all the rage and more people than ever are partaking. That's wonderful, of course, but we veterans of the haze wars can all remember how harsh smoking can be too, especially for newcomers. But even for those of us who have been smoking weed for years, we could really use a break too. This is why I'm so pleased that Freeze Pipe has sponsored Constellation, because I absolutely adore their products, use them every day, and endorse them without reservation. So here's the deal. Freeze Pipe makes a variety of glass bowls, bongs, bubblers, and so on that drastically cut down on smoke's heat, making smoking way, way less harsh, like significantly less harsh, to the point of virtual non-existence. As someone who started smoking in a Taco Bell parking lot on Long Island more than 20 years ago, you can trust me when I say I know what I'm talking about. And I'm telling you, Freeze Pipe has given me the smoothest smoking sessions I've ever had, full stop. To the point where I'm now smoking fewer joints than usual because I'd rather use my Freeze Pipe glassware while completely abandoning my old favorite Bond company in the process, like literally kicking it out of a moving car and onto the street. Well, maybe not literally, but I'm done with them. It's all about Freeze Pipe for me. Freeze Pipe's magic is in its glassware's glycerin chambers. By placing your piece in the freezer and then removing it when needed, the glycerin chambers will substantially cool the smoke you're pulling, and you will absolutely notice the difference immediately. Freeze Pipe reduces weed smoke by up to 300 degrees Fahrenheit. Did you even know you were smoking stuff so hot? I didn't. But then again, I'm no scientist. I podcast about video games for a living, so really, my endorsement should ring loudly, more loudly than most. American owned, which is important to us, and with more than 100,000 happy customers, Freeze Pipe uses the thickest glass and market-leading glycerin chambers for a smoother experience you have to feel to believe. Ditch harsh smoke forever by visiting thefreezepipe.com. That's THEFREEZEPIPE.com. And use the code CON at checkout, that's CON, for 10% off your order. Shop today for free shipping and smoke like royalty without paying a king's ransom at thefreezepipe.com with the checkout code CON.
Yeah. All right, so listen, you ready? You guys ready to jump in?
Yeah, let's do it.
With both feet. Kyle, I figured I'd kick it to you first because we don't usually start with you, and you have a fun one. I never really made you for a British royalty mark, but I'll say no more. I'll pass it off to you.
Well, that's what's so interesting is that I'm really not. I make fun of Europe all the time, and I make fun of Britain all the time, but in reality, I really love it. It's especially old Europe and old Britain. And I make the distinction because I know that a lot of Brits don't like being called European. So I just wanted to, okay, fair enough. So no, I'm typically not. I love Downton Abbey and all the period pieces, and our sister Dana and I Dana was really a huge influence in getting me kind of obsessed with period pieces and those, Victorian and Edwardian sort of stuff. So no, I dig that. But as far as modern monarchy stuff in the UK, I don't really care at all. In fact, and I don't want to get political. This is not going to be a political topic, so don't worry about it. It's like I have no idea how this thing even exists anymore. It's kind of crazy to me. It's hysterical to me, actually, that it still exists. And then you realize it's oh, okay, they have no power, but that even makes it worse in some sense because it's so it's like a play or something or some weird thing. So I don't really understand. But here's what's so funny about that. That's an important point that you brought up about being a mark or not for this, because I don't typically care. We liked The Crown a lot on Netflix. That was an awesome show. But that's about as much as I've seen in recent years. And I didn't care about any of this. And so let me introduce it to you, and I'll tell you what happened and what shifted. Catherine, Princess of Wales. So the kind of queen in waiting and the wife of the king in waiting, who's going to be king somewhat soon, I think, unfortunately. After Queen Elizabeth existed, and Queen Elizabeth II was in for 60 years. It's going to be pretty quick. I'm glad that he got a shot though, right? It would have been sadder if he had died first. But William's going to be king soon, and so there had been this hullabaloo that I kind of knew in the background. You know how 100 little things that are going on at any one time just by kind of exposure, and you're aware of it, but you're not really following through. Or this was one of those things that for months, Princess Kate hasn't been seen. Kate Middleton's just not been seen by anyone. And I'm like, that's interesting. But I knew, so to introduce it to everyone, it's she was apparently last seen late last year. And really the only thing the royals do now are these events and kind of speaking gigs and shit like that. So they're expected to be at all these different things, these ribbon cuttings and all sorts of stuff. And she stopped kind of appearing. And then what ended up happening, and I've watched and read so deeply about this, I think Mike is probably you're fucking insane at this point. Although she got sucked into some things we were watching last night about because I've been watching Access Hollywood and shit like that.
Sure.
Because those are the kinds of things that are covering it. It's very un-Colin. But so I kind of, again, just background radiation in my life. I'm okay, they say she's sick. There's rumors that she's had some abdominal issues and maybe a serious surgery, and she needs to recover. And I really didn't. And they said, by the way, that she wouldn't be seen again until after Easter. They said this months ago. So I was okay, that's meaningless. It doesn't mean anything. But then they released, so on Mother's Day in the UK, which is different than Mother's Day in the West. And that always scares me. Micah was noting this, it trends on Twitter and you're oh my God, And then you realize it's not the right Mother's Day. So she releases on her on her Instagram page, I believe, a picture of her and her 3 kids with like Happy Mother's Day, and and I'm like, oh, okay. And so again, not really thinking anything of it. I guess we're gonna see her again soon, and this will be that or whatever. But then this is how I got sucked into this and began to care. Is people were like, this image has been manipulated, and at first I'm like, no, it hasn't. Like, and this is what I said to Micah. I actually like confronted her on this, being like, dude, you got to see this because this is interesting now. I was looking at the picture and I'm like, holy shit, there is a clear Photoshop of like one of the kid's hands and arms, like clear as day. And I think that investigators have found 16 edits on the picture.
Wow.
Yeah.
But I don't have that close of an eye. But even I saw that. And when I saw that, something ticked in my head where I was like, what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah, the AP actually pulled the picture.
Right, exactly. And I was like, wait a minute. What is... Suddenly I care now because they're hiding something. Right? Like there's clearly a big problem here. And so I just wanted... And now it's got all this other things like, what's going on? Is she dead? I don't believe that, but I agree with what I saw John Oliver say the other day where he's like, it's non-zero that she's dead. Like,
right. If you look at the cover of Abbey Road, you can actually see on the license plate that it says Kate is dead. So.
Kate is dead, right? It's crazy, man.
Very strange.
So like I don't think she's dead, but I don't think it's like a 0% chance either because it's so weird. Like, why would you discount that? But that is probably not the case. There are people that are suggesting that she's really much sicker than they're letting on, or much more ill than they're letting on. But that to me doesn't wash either because, and I know that it's in light of what's going on with the king right now, where he's probably on his way out soon.
Cancer, yeah.
And it seems somewhat serious, unfortunately. So I in light of that, I know you don't want to like have bad news after bad news, but she's not the heir, no offense. So it doesn't seem really relevant in that sense. I know that there's a sensitivity, rightfully so, over what happened with Diana and making sure people are fair-minded so that there's not a similar experience here. But maybe the most interesting kind of theory I've heard, and this is so salacious because like I don't know fucking dick. So this could have literally been made up by like someone at the Daily Mirror and then just been circulated for many years. But like kind of an open conversation about like William is cheating on Kate, has been cheating on Kate for years with this woman. This is the woman. And they've identified her, who's like an old member of like Kate's entourage or whatever, who's like herself a lady, I guess, or whatever you would call it. And so there's like this theory that she's involved somehow, and like either Kate is being like completely, Kate will not cooperate, basically, like will not be cooperative, like is over it in some way, or like it's so interesting because it's like, well, what is going on here? So Dig, to your very original point, I'm not a royalist or really interested in this. I became interested when they made it interesting, and I don't know how anyone can look at this and not be interested in where the fuck Kate Middleton is. Now, by the time this goes live, it could have already been solved and it could be like this totally, but no matter the answer now, it's going to be weird, I think, because it's like, what are you doing? So I wanted to just present this to you guys and see if you've been paying attention to this saga and what you might think. Where is Kate?
This is such a non-Colin topic that I love it. It's really not on brand for the Colin, man. I'm kind of digging it. I have a lot to say. I'm going to kick it over to Jaffe first for the Jaff's take. And what do you think about all this, Dave?
Well, I mean, I grew up in a home where my mother woke us up at 2 a.m. to watch the Princess Diana Charles wedding. I mean, that she that was her generation. She loved the royals. She loved watching Miss America. That was like a big, like the president for her. It's like, yeah, it's Miss America, So, I'm aware of it as somebody who was raised with one of my parents caring about it. And I watched that really compelling Netflix show with Harry and Meghan. They did a documentary where they were talking and stuff. I mean, the whole royal family seems so dysfunctional that I would just, as I was listening to this, I was just thinking, I want to make like a low budget horror movie of like what's actually happening in the palace when the doors close and the cameras are off. Like there are these inbred fucking monsters that have to like suck off the blood of, enemies. And they just, something's weird about them, So there's that on my mind. There's the fact that you're saying, they have no power. It's all performative. And I'm like, well, part of me is like, well, at least in the UK, they admit it. if we would just admit that our presidents and politicians have no power either, and it's just all the corporations. Jesus, Jaffe, can you fucking stick to... Shh. Listen, Colin. The point, though, is, I think if you watch that Meghan Markle documentary and you watch her kind of pushing back on all of the limitations they put in these people's lives, I don't think it's a sustainable institution, frankly. And I think people who have come up in the age of the internet and everything like Meghan has, and she wasn't a lady. She was an actress in Los Angeles. It's like, probably to her, she's like, what the fuck are you people talking about? I have to be this, I have to be that. So it would not surprise me if the theory that she's pushing back and they're like, dude, we just had this with Harry's wife. And the king's about to die. We got to, let's just put this, aside for a bit. That could be happening. I also think, I know that, gaydar is not genetic, but my brother is gay and he has good gaydar, and maybe some of his gaydarness is passed on to me. But come on, what's the guy's name? William? That's a gay dude, right? There's no way.
Yeah, you think?
Come on.
You see,
really? I don't know that I've ever seen William as gay.
No, I don't think I've seen that.
Oh, he's gay as they come. I'll tell you something. That's what's going on. That's what I think's going on. He's hooked up with the fella, and she's like, I can't handle this charade anymore. And this is my little story. I don't know if any of it's true. But I bet you it will be. At least you lay the chips on the table. And if it comes up, the number you put down the roulette wheel, you make a lot of money. If not, nobody remember it. But you can say I said it here first. But I don't know. I mean, I really have no fucking clue. And I care as it's an interesting topic, but I don't care in the sense that they are so consistently, the royal family and the press, the royal family, being caught in this manipulation of the press and the image and all this shit, that it's like, okay, if the worst thing came out, I wouldn't be surprised, because it's like, yeah, that's what you people do. There's so much money involved in that family. And in that, what did I hear that Charles, when his mom died, I think he made like $100 million, or he got left in a state that was worth $100 million. I mean, it's, there's kind of a mafia kind of flavor to these guys too. I mean, there's just all this old money and family, and I don't know, man. I find it very weird too.
I don't even want to make this. I mean, this topic can be about whatever we want it to be about. That to me is a totally different topic almost.
So what's happening with her?
Is going on with it? Yeah.
Don't know. I hope her kids are okay. I mean, I hope that they're being raised in a way that the madness is not affecting them. And I also think if I had to choose, and no one asked me this ever, but if I had to choose between Meghan Markle and Kate Middleton, assuming Kate's not sick, I'd choose Kate every day of the week and twice on Sunday, because I think she's a hot tamale, Colin. Zing!
No, dude, she is hot. I mean, that's one of the things I was saying to Micah was, it's funny seeing the way that they're presenting this so-called other woman, if it's really happening or whatever.
A picture of her?
Well, they've shown many pictures of her, but sure. I've noticed in like the thumbnails on YouTube and like they're like, I said to Mike, I'm like, he cheated on Catherine with her?
It's not even close.
But I have to look her up now.
But I will say this, it's not close. But I will say, like, they are choosing the press in the UK is choosing the worst pictures of that woman, because I'm like, she's not. So? Yes.
They're saying
like, she is not that
bad looking, and they're choosing horrible photos.
Really,
yeah, it's so funny to me because I noticed that. But no, I was going to say this. I was thinking the same thing, and I said that to Mike. I'm like, I remember when William and Catherine got together, many years ago, and I was like, she is really gorgeous. Like, she looks like what I think a princess in my mind, like in the Victorian era, that's like a princess.
It's a great point.
And so it is strange from an aesthetic point of view, but that was the case with Diana too.
Yeah, right. What's her name? The mom, the guy that Charles went for?
Oh, Camilla.
Come on. Runs like both. He's gay. I'm going to look it up.
Well, I think the Camilla, at least like the Crown, which is apparently very pro-royalist in its presentation. I don't really know much about it, so I can't say that one way or the other. I kind of dig Camilla just in the sense that like they seem to really be in love with each other. Like it's not just about aesthetics. Like, you put two pretty people together and it's not enough, like I don't know. That was I don't know if Micah got the same vibe from.
No,
from
that's
that,
a Micah. I want to.
Yeah.
I want to bring up the rear. I want you to take it away first. But I understand. Like, I just have to say, like, growing up with Princess Di and everybody's obsession, like Jaffe was saying in the 80s. I understand our fascination, at least like in North America, with the English monarchy, because it's our closest connection to what I think of as people think is like a fairy tale world, right? It's like kings and queens and the stately and the opulent and pomp and circumstance and the clothes and the compounds and just kind of a throwback to olden times. Although, like Colin said, it's obviously kind of a dated idea. It's sort of a facade now, right? It's kind of like going through the motions of something that's an ancient thing. But that's the thing too, is that I think there's a lot of just fascination, with that entire thing. And I do have my theories, but Micah, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I want your take on this first.
Oh, sure. Part of the whole case, like from the American standpoint, is that a lot of this centers around people thinking, why was she in the hospital for 2 weeks? Because they announced that she was having surgery, right, and they said she'll be staying in the hospital something like 12 days. And there were so many Americans who were like, that's absurd. There's something clearly wrong with her. And I was like, you realize where the problem though, right? You realize that you probably shouldn't have major surgery and go home 2 days later. Like, the reality is that we all should be in the hospital longer when we have a surgery. And so that was part of what was fueling the fire of these online rumors. But realizing, like, that's our American perspective of, look, if you have a major surgery, you probably should be in the hospital for 2 weeks. The fact that our insurance sends us home after 3 or 4 days in most cases is the problem. And so that part of the whole, like, rumor mill didn't really faze me too much, because I was like, if she had something like a hysterectomy, something like that, which is a major surgery, she should be in there for more than just a few days. But the weirdest thing was that, this altered photo, which was just, it would have been better to say nothing at all. It would have been better for her to share a photo of simply the children. Just take a picture of your kids. Happy Mother's Day. Look at my darling children. And nobody would have batted an eye. I mean, some people might have said, why isn't she in it? But it wouldn't have been photoshopped and weird.
They would have zoomed in on her retina and then tried to figure out like a reflection.
Well, it really is, because the other side of it is that they said that William took the photo of her and the kids. And then when people realized it was photoshopped, and then she makes the post on Instagram saying, I'm an amateur photographer and I dabble with editing photos. Right. I'm the one who edited it, which I don't believe at all, because the edits just don't make sense. Why would you edit your daughter's sleeve? What was wrong with her sleeve that needed to be photoshopped in some way? What the hell is that? It's just all these things that I'm like, this doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that you're saying William took the photo, but then in your explanation, you're like, I'm an amateur photographer and I love editing photos. It's like, but you said he took it. All of that is weird. It really was that I wasn't paying attention to this at all until Colin said, did you see this thing about this photo? And then I Google it. And then there's another side to it where there's a photo of her and her mom in an SUV driving down the street. And that photo wasn't allowed to be shown in the UK, but it made it to America. And then that photo was debunked as being fake because people said that there's something where there's like a reflection of bricks, but there's no brick wall, whatever it was. And like that photo ended up not being real. It's just so bizarre.
That's weird.
My personal
I'm looking all
theory,
this up, by the way. I just don't want you to think I'm rude and not paying attention. I'm like, I have to see the SUV photo.
Dude, there's just so much to this. My personal theory is honestly, I think that either she's having an extended recovery from whatever surgery she had, and they, instead of just saying the truth of like, the princess is just taking longer to recover, and you can even just say like, she's in her 40s, you know, she's not bouncing back quite as fast as we thought. They already announced that it wasn't cancer. They said that she didn't have cancer.
Oh, they did?
Which was pretty transparent.
Oh, I didn't know that.
They said that early, I think, yeah.
I didn't realize
Yeah, when
that.
they announced her surgery, they said abdominal surgery, non-cancerous. So they were upfront with that. But it's like, well, if her recovery is just taking longer, just say it. I do have a more kind of conspiracy theory that some people think she got a facelift and that they're waiting for her face to look normal again. Because anyone who gets a facelift or fillers, your face looks fucked for a while.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't look normal for quite some time. And so I'm not saying that like she died on the operating table or anything crazy like that, but it wouldn't surprise me if she went to the hospital, had an actual surgery, also had something cosmetic done, and it's taking longer than they expected for her face to like settle. They did say like, oh, you won't see her in public till Easter, but for some reason they felt compelled to share a photo of her that was fake.
And they said that in November, right?
I think so.
Wow.
Whenever they announced her surgery, it was after Christmas. They last saw her at Christmas, and then it was when they announced her surgery that they said you won't see her again until Easter in public. So the fact that they release a photo at all, and then it's fake, that is just what drives me to think, I wonder if she had something cosmetic done, and it's just not looking right. Or they know, like, we can't show her face like this because everyone will know. Because part of the thing with the royal family being, funded by the public, they don't. So they have like frivolous things, obviously, like with their clothes and stuff. But like William, for example, any man with that much money would probably get his hair fixed. Like any guy in that position.
That.
Don't say fixed. That implies something's wrong with being bald.
And no, there's nothing wrong with being bald. But he doesn't shave. He should shave the whole head at least.
Just do the bald thing, yeah.
I mean, the comb over William's doing is bad, but you would think that William, someone with that much money would do the Elon Musk route, get hair plugs. But they don't do that because they admit that they are public funded, and the taxpayers would revolt if they're like, you spent our money on hair plugs. And so the reality I feel is that maybe since Queen Elizabeth has passed away, maybe the royal family wants to dabble a little bit in cosmetic procedures, see what they can get away with. Maybe the first step is Kate got some Botox, Kate got some cheek fillers of some kind, and maybe she's got the duck lips now. And they're
like Meg Ryan shit.
That's a package. You have to have
Meg Ryan, right?
Throw that in.
They gotta wait until she looks a little more normal to show her again, because the public will notice right away that she looks different.
This is a picture of her I just put up where she hasn't this. I guess she's looking older, but I still think she looks fucking elegant and sexy as fuck.
Yeah, no, she definitely does. She's just older.
Beautiful. But yeah, you notice in recent photos, like she smiles, she has very, very slight wrinkles. Like this is a beautiful woman. Like 42 years old. There's nothing wrong with her face, but I see women my age getting Botox. Yeah. So I can't imagine being 42 in the public eye like that, and just the pressure. Because that's what it comes to. I see women in my neighborhood with lip fillers.
Oh, sure. Yeah, it's not uncommon at this age. That's the sad part. 42 years old, you're going in for all this. I like this theory, by the way, Micah. I think it's
it is a sound
pretty
theory.
Plausible.
Can I offer
That's
one
my
more
honest
real quick?
guess.
Please go ahead.
I think, as I said, William's gay as the day is long, and I think that she was fucking some dude. And let's say he was a black dude, and this is the first time she had a baby with the black. You guys are laughing.
You're making this as outrageous as possible.
I'm not. I'm saying in the past you could get away with it because she was having sex with white guys. And it's like, well, okay, that's her kid, and that's William's kid. Is a black dude. It's clearly not the seed of Prince William. And so they're like, look, we're not going to abort a baby. Are you insane? But we are going to deliver it to term because we haven't seen her since November. She could have been not showing. And then she started to show. It's like, let's put her away. She has the baby. They're going to make sure the baby comes to term and they adopt it. They set it up for life and stuff. And then she's back to it. And that's what's going on. I think this is clear. Micah's theory is good. My theory is the correct one.
Well, your theory connects well to the whole idea of Dagan and I have talked about this in the past of like girl disappears from high school, stays with grandma.
Sure.
And then comes back.
Just another version of that.
Right. Like it could be, but it's just, and that the thing is all of this is reasonable to me. Like any of these are reasonable.
True.
It's not unreasonable.
A big piece of this actually is that Kate Middleton famously had horrible pregnancies and always ended up hospitalized with, I don't know how to pronounce it. It's something like hypermesis something. It's extreme morning sickness. Essentially, she was losing so much weight she could have lost the baby because she couldn't keep any food down. This happened with at least 2 of her pregnancies. I can't remember if it's all 3, but it's plausible that if she was pregnant and they not only did they not want anyone to know, but she ends up in the hospital basically every time she has a kid because she gets so sick and the baby would have died because she was losing so much weight. So this woman is known for having horrible pregnancies and would need to be extended stay in a hospital, you know, at a point in pregnancy when most people would just be still at home taking it easy. And this woman was like put away for weeks. So that's another piece. Jaffe could be right on the money here.
Oh, yeah.
Guys,
but what do you think what is our royal family? Because I mean, the Brits are not like, they're much more educated than we are. We must have an equivalent that we don't recognize as just as stupid.
No, we don't. I mean, that's what's so beautiful. Well, that's one of the beautiful things about America to me is like we had a group of people that could have been royalty and chose not to be. And it's the Washingtons, the Adams, the Jeffersons, the Madisons. I mean, like all these are powerful the Lees, like all these powerful families could have created a new aristocracy very easily. There's like an alternate reality, especially because I fundamentally believe, and I was taught in college by certain professors that believe that like the American Revolution is fundamentally conservative. Like it's not a liberal revolution. You know, it was like a rich person's revolution that kind of helped everyone. Remember, John Hancock owned 1/400th of all the value of the colonies. You know, like it's a very rich person. And so I love the idea that we have a lot of problems in this country, like more every day. But I think one of the cool things is that we don't have these dynastic familial monarchies. Like,
I don't mean a 1-to-1. I mean, like, what is our equivalent? Is it celebrity? Is it?
It's celebrity, but I think that's ephemeral because that people move on. You know, so it's not like the same family for many hundreds of years.
Celebrity and old money.
But we still imbue it with this sort of sense of import, correct? Which I mean, I don't know if younger generations of Brits look at the royal family as anything other than kind of a joke, but it's our joke. I mean, I can't imagine a 20-year-old in London right now is like, oh, really? King? What happens to? I mean, come on. I mean, there's no way.
I don't know how. I would love to know more, and I'm sure it's very multispectral about like how do people feel about it. It's like because it does seem strange, and but it is a major part of their culture. It's like
it is.
What's surprising to me about it is that many European countries still have royal families. And even broken dynasties, like it's still known who would be the person, right? Like, so It's known who would be the czar of Russia right now, even though there hasn't been a czar of Russia for 105 years or whatever, 110 years. Like it's like, I think he lives in France and like that the whole family, like it's still constituted, like they still, the Romanovs still exist. And I guess that's what I'm surprised is that, and maybe that's what will end up happening here, is that the Windsors or whatever the fuck will just be like, we know who you are and you're rich and you're respected, but you're kind of, it's like you would be this, but you're not anymore, and that is true in a lot of, especially like smaller European countries and in the Scandinavian countries, like they have kings and queens and stuff, princesses in those countries. It's just, it's not, I don't think it's as front facing and relevant.
It's not on the same level. And, I always think people think of it more, and I'm outside of this conversation because I can't really relate, but I think people think of it as like Hollywood meets sports meets entertainment. It's just another form of entertainment. It's like having the Oscars every night. What are they wearing? Where are they going? What are they driving? Where are they going to eat? Look at the soldiers. Look at the pomp and circumstance, the array of guards and the servants. It's like Downton Abbey.
Vince McMahon to produce the royal family. I would watch the fuck out of that. I mean, my God, 49% of 18 to 34-year-olds prefer a monarchy. So a very small majority of younger people wish it was a republic. But anybody who's over 65 is huge support of the royal family. 80%.
Yeah, it's like a whole other topic.
You might be able to speak to this. I mean, because you know about this period in history. Like when we kind of broke away from England and started our own thing, we would have been pretty hypocritical to go back and just start forming like Jefferson and Adams and Washington, just set them up as kings. Although there might have been some temptation.
Yeah, I think they realized there was temptation and there was possibilities that those kinds of things would happen. They saw this as an agrarian. Like they didn't see the United States as having a high population and lots of cities and all of this. They saw it as like land owning voters in some sort of loose republic.
Sure.
If they saw what the United States turned into, if they knew what it was going to turn into, which was like its own kind of empire, I think that they probably would have made different decisions. But you could argue that things became what they were because of our loose, like things kind of naturally went back to the way that they were supposed to be, in quotes, and like natural in nature, like money with a few people, fame with a few people. It's like George Washington said, with political parties and all this kind of stuff that would form. I do think it's like one of the cool things though, is that like George Washington could have been the king, and it would have been hypocritical, but it would have been natural. Like everyone would have been like, yeah, I guess that makes kind of sense. We just didn't want their king.
You would have liked that, huh, Colin?
No, I don't. I'm not really there is like a modern monarchist kind of movement in the United States. I mean, Curtis Yarvin is kind of the lead of that thinks that the United States should basically be run by a king. And it is an interesting he looks at it more as like a king is a modern CEO.
Right.
Basically, like his whole argument is like you need to have someone in power, like you need to entrust someone in power who doesn't have to ask permission to do anything.
Right.
And you just have to trust that they're not going to kind of go over the line. I encourage people to read Curtis Yarvin because he's a really interesting guy and he's very controversial. But no, I believe that you have to have. I believe in representative government. I don't believe in democracy necessarily. And I think that those are two different things. I think we kind of misuse the word democracy because democracy is more what happens in California, where you go in and you
miss that.
Well, yeah, what goes on in California is too democratic to me. So what I mean by that is like you go in and because you vote there and I voted there, you go in and vote sometimes on dozens of propositions, like every year. Like you make all the decisions. But to me, I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. You elect people to a legislature that make those decisions. You shouldn't be voting on it. I don't know fucking dick about half the things you're asking me about, And
I would agree with you if the people who were voting on it weren't compromised, but
right, fair enough. But like the idea is that like this group votes for this person makes decisions on behalf of this person. I think that that's the most efficient way to do it. And
if you can count on the person to be honest, I'm with you 100%.
Right.
There was a thing the other day, Super Tuesday, where I read it and me and the family vote together. They're all 18. So we sit around and go over the propositions. And my initial gut was, it's like, oh yeah, let's put money behind this mental health facility. And my ex was over and she was like, oh, no. I researched it, which she had the time to do. And she's like, that actually will put a lot of people who are currently in facilities on the street, and it'll be a private business that's running this one, but you have to dig deep to find that out. You're absolutely right. The common person who's busy with their own shit is not going to have the skinny on this shit unless they, dedicate a lot of time to it. So I'm with you on the Republic, but they're too compromised to really support it that either. So I don't know what to do.
Right. I generally agree with you. Like for people that don't, most of you that have not voted in California, it's a very interesting situation because as we were noting, it could take you like 30 minutes to vote. Like there are so many things you have to vote for or you can vote for on the ballots in California. And in San Francisco is even worse because you would have like all of the lettered initiatives in San Francisco and then all the statewide numbered initiatives. And it could be literally like 40 things. And this is why I don't believe in like to the person democracy, is because it's like, and like small democracy, like every person votes for everything kind of situation. Because it's like, it's asking you questions like, it would literally ask you things. It's like, should we sell a $3 billion bond at 4% over 20 years to fund this? It's like, dude, I have no fucking idea if that's a good idea or not. And all it would really split to is like, do you believe in government spending or don't you? Or like, and I'm like, really, you want the people that you send there to study? That's what you're assuming they're doing, is like, that's their job, is to understand this stuff. So you don't have to worry about it. And
can you imagine getting behind the ATM guy going to vote in California?
Oh my God. Yeah. He would take forever. And it's why I think that the Senate, the way the Senate in the United States originally was elected by the state legislatures. And it was a change to the Constitution that allowed for popular vote to elect the senators. But I think that's stupid. We basically have these redundant legislatures that are both elected by the same groups of people, when really we should have the Senate again elected by state legislatures so that they take care of the states, while the Congress, the House, and the people vote for the representatives that take care of the local municipalities, and everyone's represented at the table. I just like efficiency. And to your point, so no monarchy, because I think that that's completely inefficient because it's a bureaucracy for bureaucracy's sake. It exists to sustain itself. And no matter what happens, it exists in perpetuity, generally speaking, which I think is so weird. It's not even that there's a king. Like, I can imagine a king of the United States if it was an elected position. Like, you become CEO of the United States, but no one gives a fuck who your wife is. No one gives a fuck who your kids are. It's irrelevant. When you're out, you're out. We elect the next person. It's more the dynastic stuff. And when it gets even weirder is when you go to like North Korea, where they have like a dynastic communist dictatorship. It's like, well, I don't even know what that's all about. So it gets weirder even than that, but nonetheless. So I'm glad to have explored this topic with you guys. I think it is strange. Like it's undeniably weird. And that's what I said at the top, is that they made it interesting.
On that note, Kyle, let me close this out, because I think you guys changed my mind over the course of the conversation. And I'll just close it out with my humble POV here. I mean, I wasn't paying attention to it at all until you hit me to this topic, aside from seeing that photo pop up everywhere and, taking a look at it. And I was like, after a minute, I'm like, I don't feel like Where's Waldoing this shit. Like, I honestly don't feel like playing this. I don't really care that much. But I'll say this, just encircling the topic after you emailed us for 2 or 3 hours and just watching those various news feeds and everything on YouTube and people talking about it, I'm pretty embarrassed for the American press. I should say for the American media, because it seemed like what they were doing to a show were having British guests on to get their take on it. And the whole thing was like, what, just making this rando, sometimes they were celebrities or whatever, but it was like just being British put them closer to the situation. But what we're clearly doing was just trying to have a British flavor by having the British accent on. Don't get me wrong. I love an English accent. I think it's fucking amazing. But that's clearly, it was so cheap and so purely like synthetic and just like, let's ask this British person's opinion on what's going on in England with the royal family. They don't know any better than anybody else. You know what I mean? So that was a little embarrassing. And then the other thing, just again, and just watching it for an hour or two, I really got the sense of like, this is such a non-story to me. Like, why are we flat earthing this shit? I really don't understand. Like, clearly she's sicker than they're saying. And I didn't know they ruled out the cancer thing. So that's knowledge I didn't have. But maybe my thing was like, she's possibly not terminally ill, but something is more seriously wrong with her health than they thought. But now I think, and I love Jaffe's theory, because that would make for a great novel. But Micah's theory is very plausible because it plays into everything I was thinking, just more on the cosmetic side. Plus, I really don't want her to be seriously sick. So I choose to believe maybe this is some sort of, duck lip, nip tuck, facelift, Botox, whatever type shit. And, it's kind of, I feel bad for people. Like, I always feel bad for Hollywood celebrities. I know they're wealthy and powerful and everything, but I think these people, whether it's Hollywood royalty or proper royalty, they should have the choice whether they want to be in the limelight or not. Like a lot of people's take, I heard some American, I don't know if it was Entertainment Tonight or some kind of YouTube faction, some sort of cable turned YouTube thing where the host was like, well, it's kind of their duty to be camera facing and to be public facing. Like, that's part of the game. And I just kind of disagree with that. You know what I mean? Like, I think they should have the choice whether to shy away from the limelight when they need to. They're people. They go through shit too.
I disagree with you completely on that.
Do you?
Yeah. Just because you have to do what Harry did and be like, I don't want to do this anymore. Like,
but then he got a different limelight.
Then you leave altogether.
Right. But like, you could fade away. Like, remember, like their great grandfather literally just was like, I'm out, and moved to France.
Yeah, the
so
guy
like,
who abdicated.
Right. And
okay.
And that's like an extreme situation, and fascinating in its own right. They go into that deeply in The Crown, which is such a great show. But I just look at it as saying, like, I agree that there is some sort of contract, because otherwise it really is like a czarist, like, no, this is the way it is. Like, we just exist here. And if I'm going to live in this palace. And if I don't want to come out of the palace, that's my prerogative. It's like, I don't think so. Like, that to me is like really absolutist. It's like, you have to do something,
If you're going to take the taxpayers' money, you have to play. If not, you can walk away.
Right. Like, if not, just go fuck off. Or you can, and like the people like Princess Anne and others that are in they have, I think they knew the name of the game early. It's like, this is a good life. I'm irrelevant really within the hierarchy of everything here. And all I have to do is just random shit. And I think that's a pretty good deal. And I think it's a deal that's going to come to a conclusion, because I think people really do. And I'm not British and I don't know enough about like the way people really feel, but a lot of people are saying like, is Elizabeth II really dying? Like that's the end, right? Like it's pretty much going to just unravel now.
Oh,
like, there's no strong force here. Like the king is sickly. There's problems now apparently with these two who are next in line. And it's like the kids are kind of young still. Who's like the center of gravity? The queen isn't well liked.
King Ralph with John Goodman or something. It's like, he's this guy, he becomes the king, That's excellent.
Kyle, I mean, I understand your stance, but let me play devil's advocate by saying that though, and just kind of acknowledging this whole thing. And again, not putting it down. I love England. I'm watching The Gentleman again. I picture, I've never been, so I want to picture England as this very Guy Ritchie-esque. I'm watching The Gentleman now, so it's like I want it to be this like royalty meets British gangster
feeding you to
world
the pigs.
Where everybody talks really cool, and I love it. I'm fascinated with England, but I will say your argument kind of supports the notion of like, okay, if we think of them as just being figureheads, then you need to be camera ready to go wave to the masses in your finery and just present, and it's meaningless. Right. So you're calling them to do all those things that we deem sort of it's pageantry. Right. Well, which is kind of I understand what you're saying. Like
that's the nugget of it, though, isn't it, Dave?
That's
like,
the role.
But that's the nugget gig. Of the that's when you start going down this hole.
Right.
It only comes out to like getting rid of it. Right. That's why like I don't like to me, that's like it's a totally different topic and not one that I'm even crazy on taking like a hard and fast stance on because it has nothing to do with my culture. It's just like an outsider's view. Very much like I look at other people overseas talking about our country. It's like, it's interesting what you think, I guess, but it's not really that relevant to us. Right. So I'm speaking from a very academic point of view. I want to be clear about that, but that sounds like for the four of us, especially a future topic of just getting into like what is this? And, what do we think about it? Because
we bring on a Brit for it too, though, right? Because
do we really care what they think?
I'm fascinated.
I don't understand what they're saying.
Well, that's true.
Well, I'll tell you that's true. Mate.
Hello, by George, he's got him, bro.
Locke's pretty close. Bring Locke in. He's right there.
Yeah, Locke. Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Yeah.
Is he from England?
No, he's Belgian.
Belgian.
Oh, same thing.
But it's fun. I've said this before, but do you guys know that the way British people talk, like the way we talk, is closer to the way British people spoke in the 1700s?
Yeah,
and into the 1800s.
That's fascinating.
And what happened?
People can kind of educate me further on this, or not even just like read about it further. But the general gist of it is that, as I understand it, is that people started speaking with this kind of British accent at the higher rungs of British society in the 19th century, and to become kind of fashionable, it trickled down into society until everyone started kind of having this more extreme accent that didn't exist. And so if you go to New England specifically, they say that they sound most like what British people sounded like in, let's say 250 years ago or whatever, which I find totally fascinating. People can read more about that because there is a lot of interesting threads to pull with that. But because I find British English so interesting and the accent is so iconic, but it seems so difficult to speak like that. Like we're speaking the same language. So like you're putting so much extra panache, or as Micah might call it, stank on it, and it just seems like it's like, all right, get it out already. I get it's like, it's too much, because when you hear other languages that you don't know speaking, it's like, I don't know if like this is like taking too long or how you're speaking. I'm just waiting for the translation. But with this, I'm like, okay, like you're adding extra syllables to words,
Do you follow Alex Loxton, this woman?
I don't know.
Social?
I don't know that name.
She's a historian. She's really young, and she's wrote a book called Uproar about all of the art. She's all UK focused, is why she's come to mind. But the book's about all of these kind of window propaganda art that was up in the 1800s and how that was sort of the talk of the day, and any political commentary and stuff, people would gather around these shop windows, and that would be sort of the impetus for those conversations. But she has an amazing Instagram where she goes all over Europe, but she focuses on London and talks all about the history and takes you places and weird castles and rooms in castles people haven't seen before and stuff. Alex Loxton, huge recommend on that. I'd love to see her come on like Sacred Symbols Plus and just talk history with you. I think it would be amazing.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. I love the internet for when I was a kid and I loved history, I felt very isolated because it seemed like everyone didn't give a fuck. It's like, history. It's like, oh, who gives a shit? And I'd have like the History Channel, and like I'd go to Borders and buy books, and maybe I had like a couple of people in class that were also good at but then the internet made it obvious that, wow, like a lot of people love history, and it's awesome. And I don't know why I felt so isolated. I think it was just the specific permutation of people that was around me, because there was no doubt by the time I was 6 or 7 that that was what I wanted to do. Like, I'm like, this is incredible. Like, you can just sit in an armchair and talk about things that happened. You know,
I love the armchair. You gotta have it.
Oh, the armchair.
Yeah,
I wanted to be an armchair historian
requisite.
so bad. Oh my goodness, but it wasn't to be. So anyway, I don't know if you guys are done talking about the topic, but I'm satiated. I appreciate you guys going to me. I'm leading off like Johnny Damon.
Okay, I would have went with Ichiro, but okay.
Yeah. I mean, of course, Yankees Johnny Damon.
Yes, I know the Johnny Damon.
But I bring him up specifically because I know it sticks in a lot of Red Sox fans' craw. You know,
I don't know who that is.
Oh,
You're talking about Matt Damon?
yeah, Matt Damon, Johnny Damon,
the other Boston Damon. Come on,
Johnny
he's the one
Damon
who goes up to the plate and says, "How you like them apples?" That's the one.
I'll tell you about it later. We're going to dinner tonight. I'll tell you about it over dinner. It was one of the great turncoat stories between the Yankees and the Red Sox of all time, and it was awesome. I remember waking up. I lived in Boston at the time. I remember waking up and seeing it in like the Boston Metro, like the free paper, and being like, "Fucking, this is." I was like, "Yes,
yeah."
You know, like
the impossible has happened.
Yeah.
And it was an era ushering that whole thing in. Like anything goes now. Oh shit, who's next?
Yeah.
Jason Varitek? Like it was
exciting. I wouldn't want him. He can stay away.
Kevin Millar.
No, it's funny because Damon was one of the only Red Sox I would have even wanted. Most of those guys would have been like if someone was like, "You want Pedro Martinez at his height?" I'd be like, "Absolutely not." But thank you anyway. I don't want to win with him. It's like when people at the end of Tom Brady's career be like, "What if you went to the Jets?" I'd be like, "Dude, there's no Jets fan that wants that to happen. We'd rather lose forever.
Yeah, we don't want to win that bad.
We'd rather lose forever." Could you imagine he came over to the Jets and won a Super Bowl and then retired? I would have been like, that. I can't watch this team anymore. You know. So
When's the last time you went to like a Major League Baseball game?
Me?
Yeah,
probably San Francisco at some point, probably 2016 or something. Yeah.
Okay. We went like a year ago to one here in San Diego. I asked because I didn't know this, but afterwards we're walking, around Petco to get back to the parking lot, and we see these two guys coming out from the stadium, from some back area of the stadium, and they're in fatigues, and they have sniper rifles, and I did not know sniper rifles were this big. They were like 8 foot tall sniper rifles, these military guys, I guess, because Petco's surrounded by all the buildings and all that shit.
Yeah.
I that's a whole different topic, but I'm just like, I started to become amazed by sort of like that hidden security of sports games, because it can't be that hard to sneak something in there or get on a rooftop across from one of these outdoor stadiums and take somebody out. So, I mean, have you ever seen that kind of stuff when you go to these games? It was the first time I've ever seen it.
I've seen people with like assault rifles outside of like Yankee Stadium and stuff, but not anything like assault rifles or anything like that.
This was insane. Taller than the soldiers.
Yeah, well, look at what Bane did at that football game.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's because the barrel has to be so long that you want to get the trajectory locked before it leaves the barrel. So that's why you need a little bit. That's
probably. I don't know. I don't know anything about this, but you would assume like if it's spun, because it spins as it goes out of the barrel. If it's spinning down a longer and longer and longer barrel, it's getting straighter and straighter and straighter. Probably you would assume, right? Or at least getting some sort of trajectory. I don't know.
We should make guns come.
Yeah, that's good. I love. It was Sniper Elite that taught me like that. You don't, like how you have to like shoot. Like, it's amazing that snipers can hit things. Like, you're not aiming at them. You're aiming at like where you think the bullet's going to be. You know, it's kind of
the Wayne Gretzky version of murder.
It's it's really crazy. Like, do you remember when those pirates took over that ship? It was like that famous story like 15 years ago in the Mediterranean, and it ended. Yeah. There were like these 3 pirates on a ship. Like, I don't know if it was like some dinghy like getting away or something. And there was the story about how like there was like snipers on different boats with like their boats going and the other boats going that like killed them all at the same time. You know,
even with the waves. And
yeah,
shit?
like it's like Jesus Christ. You know,
there was a veteran clip going around a couple months ago playing Battlefield. I think he was like a Korean War vet, so he's like 80 or something, 85. And he was just sniping the fuck out of people, and he was having the best time. And because he knew exactly, what to do. He was, they're like, how you doing that? He's like, well, you got to aim, this percentage ahead of them when they're moving that speed. And this game doesn't take into account, wind effects or what. I mean, he was just like picking people off. There should be like an MLG team of like all these young 20-somethings, and they also have like a seat for this 85-year-old.
That's
like,
awesome.
What the fuck?
He was like a Korean War sniper.
Secret weapon, man.
Holy shit.
Fantastic. Oh, it's cool though. Look it up. It's good stuff.
You guys have to watch David Fincher's The Killer on Netflix. Michael Fassbender, the whole thing is like he's an assassin.
Is that new or no?
It's pretty new. It's out a few months now, I think, maybe. It's super good.
There are so many movies and TV shows that I don't even know exist now. Like, it's so much content. It's too much. I don't know what to do with all of it.
Well, Kyle, I'm very excited for you. We have to move on to the next topic, but I just saw the Civil War movie reviews are in from
I saw those
for early access people.
Is it good?
Viewers and such, journalists. So I haven't read it. I just saw they're watching it. It's out.
I can't wait.
They're saying it's like Apocalypse Now. They're saying it's that level of filmmaking, and it's hyperbole maybe, but the director's fucking phenomenal. So it wouldn't surprise me.
Alex Garland.
I'm so looking forward to that movie.
Do you like awesome. Do you like the theory that they intentionally made the Civil War in that like completely improbable in order to unground it from reality so that people wouldn't take it too seriously? Do you guys like that theory? Like the fact that California and Texas like get together, it's like that's never going to happen.
That's
never.
Interesting.
So
it doesn't sound like Alex Garland though, because he seems to want to kind of push buttons with his stuff, and so it doesn't seem like him. I just think maybe that was his story.
I mean, this is Colin's storytelling 101. Like, this is like right where I want to be.
This is your shit.
So I definitely want to see this one. But anyway, nonetheless, I know we're going
really. It's really disturbing, which I'm excited about because I mean, it's like you want to go to a movie like that and not have it be like Olympus Has Fallen or some action movie. You want it to be a real deep dive into this disturbing topic, and apparently that's what it is.
I love that Jesse Plemons.
Oh yeah,
that scene great. With him where they're like, "We're American," and he's like, "What kind?"
Yeah, it's Landry. I can't always see him as Landry. Anyway,
sorry, we went.
All right. So we'll close that one out. Micah, I want to go to you. You have a fun topic. We're switching gears a little bit. I figured this is a pretty intuitive switch, and take it away whenever you're ready.
Yeah, fun topic indeed. So back in high school, my friends and I were obsessed with Craigslist Missed Connections. We never posted on it because we were just kids and it seemed like it was for old people. But Craigslist Missed Connections, for people who aren't aware, is the idea that you see someone at Trader Joe's and you think that's my soulmate and I didn't talk to them. So you will go on Craigslist for your local town and you write, to the woman with the brown jacket at Trader Joe's, I was right next to you at the broccoli. If you see this, call me. And this is a thing that people, like, you see tons and tons of posts for these. And my friends and I would just go through them just for laughs because they were hysterical. And I've selected a few from our local area here just for kicks. But what I wanted to bring to you guys was I was curious if you guys also ever just read these for fun, because it is a source of joy. It's a bit sad, though, to see how much it's fallen off. When I was in high school, it was endless pages. And I lived in a very small rural area, and there were still tons of posts. And I actually looked up my hometown the other night when I came up with this topic, and there were only 2 posts for my hometown. And it was just like, oh, bummer. It's really fallen off. And even typing in Richmond, for example, the Richmond area didn't have as many posts as I expected. So there were a good number of them. I think like 60 popped up within like 15 miles of Richmond. But even so, it was like in its heyday, this was peak entertainment. And also, people clearly thought this would work. But I have a couple nice examples of just what you'll see on here, because some of them are detailed. And it's like, that's plausible, okay? If you say like the woman wearing the pink shoes and the red coat, and someone would be like, that's me. But then you get one like this. Curvy lady in Short Pump Mall. I saw you walking around, all bundled up from the cold. Would love to see those curves with a little less on. This was last weekend at the mall. Who the fuck is that? That could be anybody.
I know. What you say?
That's
what you're describing is a curvy lady bundled up. He didn't say what color coat it was. He didn't describe anything about this woman except it's a woman in a coat. Like, that is useless. How do you think
because he
you're
got probably 20 calls because of that.
Oh, yeah.
That is a potential. But then what if this is like a true Cinderella and he's like, it's not her.
Yeah.
It's not her. Like, they're just, some of them are really specific. And then other ones are just like that, where it's like, how do you actually hope to find them? This is one of my favorites. You called me boy, Midlothian Turnpike Publix. You were in the dairy section and dropped some yogurt. When I picked it up for you, you smirked and said, good boy, even though I'm 45. I didn't know what to say at the time, but I can't stop thinking about it. Hit me up if you want to continue the conversation. Now that provides a lot of context, all right? You dropped the yogurt. You said good boy when I picked it up for you. The man, clearly that started something in his head.
Yeah,
the yogurt
something off.
That's pretty sexy, actually.
Yeah,
but it's like
unless she was white and he was black, then it's a totally different thing.
Yes. Yes.
But that actually is one that's like, this person could find them. All right, you maybe could find that guy or that woman, because that's very specific. This one's from Massachusetts. Garden Center Walmart in Pittsfield. And this is in all caps. We talked about how stinky 511 fertilizer is. We should talk more, maybe. And that's specific enough.
Yeah.
That's specific enough that I think they have a chance to find this person. The last one that I'm going to read this exactly as it's written, because some of these I have taken out words for clarity, but I'm going to read this one exactly as it is. Young sister at Wawa Midlothian, I'll buy your food. And it says, older black gentleman, buy your food snack for you. Hope you remember me, wanted to get know you. All was buying the pizza. Cannot forget that beautiful face and smile. Wanted to chat with you again. So this is an old man who was trying to buy a young woman some pizza, I believe, at a Wawa.
Why can't people get up nerve in the moment?
Yeah.
What is wrong with this?
That's true, though. Like, it is a good point. Like, but people, they get shaken up, and then there's nothing. It's for the first time in history, you have something you can maybe do something about it. Because that's what I wanted to ask, Micah, was.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, just a little bit of a point of pride. I loved living in the Sunset in San Francisco. That was my neighborhood that I lived in for 10 years. And Craigslist is a product of the Sunset in San Francisco, which is very random because it's just really a residential place, but it was run out of a house. And it just had a little, it's not there anymore, but it just had a little Craigslist sign above it. But it was on 19th between Irving and Judah in San Francisco. If people want to look it up, it was just like, there was just rows of houses, and then one of them just said Craigslist on it. It was kind of cool. And I became kind of, because of that, interested in the company over time when I lived there. Like, just not really as a user. I would sell things on it once in a while, like if I had like extra tickets to something or whatever. But I wanted to, so there's a little bit of a point of pride there, but I wanted to ask you if you knew the answer to this, which is there like are there success stories from this? Or is this just like a piece of fiction that people are like, it's like a subgenre of fiction that people write on the internet that doesn't have a resolution ever? Or is there like a series of like these things? It's like, oh my God, I met my wife because she fucking read my Missed Connection. You know, that's what I'm interested. Do
Yeah.
we know the answer to this?
I don't know, because it's one of those things I wanted to keep it real in my head. Like, it's still real to me, damn it. You know, like I wanted this to be that people are in real, like, earnest posting here, and maybe they do find them. But so I'm saying I never looked to see if there was success, because I wanted to believe that there was. I wanted to just believe that, yes, someone did find the lady at, you know, Publix that dropped the yogurt. Like, I wanted to believe, you know? So I never looked to see, like, oh, you know, did they actually find each other? And part of that too was just when we were looking at these literally, you know, 15 years ago in high school, and it was just like, well, it's just, we're just making fun of these people. Like, oh my God, this guy who's like, you know, hot girl at Cumbies, you know, buying a slushie, as if that's enough to go on. Because some of them are just so nondescript that you're like, well, that can't possibly work. But I want to believe that some of them do find each other in the end. But
sure.
There's a whole article I'm looking at right now on Vox with stats and everything about cities where they found them, and it's, if you want to know, it's there.
Can you paste that in here for me?
Yeah.
Yeah, put it in there. You know what? It's time for me to grow up a bit. It's time for me to see the world for what it actually is.
Your bubble, but I haven't read it. I was just flipping through it while you were talking about it.
Well, Micah, that Richmond stat sort of surprised me, right? I mean, is Virginia for lovers? I mean, is it? I don't know now. We have to rethink that slogan.
Can I ask you a trivia question? See what you think?
Yeah.
While women, I want to know, for Micah, do you think women or men post missed connections more often?
Oh, it seems to be mostly men. Just the ones I've read are always men looking for women. But it'd probably be something stupid like it is women posting.
No. It says women tend to post missed connections less frequently, but the posts they write are often longer than those of men. It's so crazy that there's all this data on this fucking thing.
I did find one from a woman, actually, that I forgot to read. Okay, this is in Framingham, Massachusetts.
Oh.
It says, well-built delivery guy at Oak Terrace. Hard not to notice the nice package on the delivery guy here at the condo complex. Oh, wait a minute. No, this is from a man, actually.
I thought
it says, I'm the older guy who lives in the building along 9. When I first glanced at this one, I assumed it was from a woman, but no, this was actually from an older man.
Prince William.
Diversity. You asked about my table the other day. And so that's how the guy was supposed to, that's how the delivery man, the well-built delivery man, was supposed to find him again, because he was supposed to remember a conversation about some patio table he saw at a house.
What if you, what also on the other end, if it's like, if you realize that this misconnection is about you and you're like, oh no. Yeah.
Well, that's its own thing, right? Because when you're reading when you go on, you type in Craigslist Missed Connections, you type in your zip code, and it's like, well, what if you did find yourself? Like, what if I'm not trying to say I'm anything special, but what if I did see one where it was like, I saw you at Petco, you were buying the Blue Buffalo food, and I'd be like, that's me. And it is just like, that'd be really fucking weird. That'd be a terrible feeling, honestly, to be like, oh God, it's like some weirdo is, looking for me on the internet. But so, Colin, when you mentioned Craigslist, did you ever read these for fun? Like, did you ever go on here just to browse them?
Yeah, definitely. Misconnections are always interesting. And I generally liked reading Craigslist just because I felt like it was so zany and weird. It was like a low-key Silk Road, really, where like clearly illicit things were happening. In San Francisco anyway, it's like you could probably get women and certain drugs and stuff like that fairly easily. But I always remember just using it once in a while. And it's such a great idea. It's like a proxy for your email. You can just get away from it immediately by shutting it down when you want to. You don't owe anyone any explanations. And I would typically I would often buy tickets to shows or whatever to see if anyone wanted to go to them. And then if I couldn't find, if I had 4 tickets to something, or like just came into extra tickets for something, or was just selling something, it would be really useful. You would find that, I know a lot of people get ripped off on Craigslist and have bad experiences on it, but I found it to be like a pretty trustworthy way, like to communicate something to a wider array of people in your area, that you're in need of something or have something. And I just liked the it's very simplistic. The proxy email thing, I think, is just so funny. And I remember specifically selling, like, I had 2 extra Dave Matthews tickets and remember selling them to these people. And I thought that they were so friendly that they were like $120, I think, for both of them or whatever. And I just gave them to them for $100, which was a loss for me because I felt like this was such a pleasant experience. Like, me not having to eat the entire cost is nice, and doing something nice for these people was cool. So I don't know. Craigslist is quaint now. I don't even really know if it still operates the way it used to, but because it's kind of been subsumed by a lot of different services and things and ways to connect with people. Like, think about StubHub and like how much that's changed the game or whatever. So yeah, anyway, that's my experience with it. So yeah, I would read them sometimes, but I never posted in Missed Connections. Although I think we've all had Missed Connections,
for sure.
in some sense.
Oh yeah,
I don't
absolutely.
need to publicize them. It just is what it is. How desperate can you be?
Well, it really comes down to, some of it is like, when you see them, the ones that are just so vague, and you're like, you're really not doing yourself any favors here. You couldn't even remember what she was wearing, what color they had on. It's like, you're just posting this into the void. I think even you won't find this person in the end. Dagan, I want to ask you about this. We have a bit of a generational divide, you and I. Is this something you were aware of in the first place? Were you familiar with Craigslist Missed Connections?
No, you know what? I became familiar of the notion of missed connections when it actually happened to me. This was probably, I had to rack my brain, but it must have been like early 96 because I met Helene later that year. So it had to predate Helene. But apparently it didn't maybe only by 6 months or something. And I guess I didn't realize Craigslist has been around since 95, but I guess the missed connection component came later. So I just saw online. Now, I've been off the market for so long. It's just like dating apps. I had no idea any of this stuff existed. But there was a website called IsawYou.com where you could specifically post these stories and try to find like your lost love. I have to say, I think the idea of it could be very romantic.
I knew you'd say that.
I think it's very romantic.
Because Dagan is the romantic type on our show. Like, just like, you are the one who's like, I knew it.
Yeah,
I knew that would be the angle.
It's so funny because like that feeling of regret. I mean, I'll tell you what happened to me. I had a friend who moved to Boston to go to BU for his undergrad, and I was in Philly at the time. So every so often we would take turns commuting back and forth just to spend the weekend with each other in our respective cities. So it was our turn to go to Boston, and I usually went to Boston to visit and specifically to skate the city with a couple of other friends. So we'd be like a foursome, and the same thing going back and forth when they would come to Philly. But for whatever reason, I don't remember why, but and we usually took a Greyhound bus, but this time I guess I had a little extra bread and I hopped on an Amtrak from Philly to Boston, but I was by myself for this trip. And I remember on the way home from Boston back to Philly on a Sunday night, I saw this really cute girl and she was sitting on the train. And I guess we kind of locked eyes, like we caught eyes and we were kind of looking at each other and smiling at each other the entire trip. But for whatever reason, I just couldn't work up the nerve to talk to her. And she went the whole way. It's not like she got off early. She got off at Philly 30th Street Station, just like me. And then we got off and went our respective ways. And that was the end of it. And I always regretted it. Now, it worked out. I met another cutie like 6 months later. But I remember that feeling of regret. Like, why didn't you just say something? You not only, if she got off in New York, it would have been a little less of a sting. But we were both in Philly. So I didn't realize there was this thing of lonely hearts or missed connections. And apparently this whole thing goes back to newspapers centuries ago. Like, this is an old idea that they just adopted for the internet eventually. But I always regretted that. But the funnier story is this happened to Helene as well, also on the train. And we found the story in the newspaper, like our local Bucks County, Pennsylvania newspaper, and realized it had to be talking about her. And I guess this must have been right before we got married, I want to say. And Helene was getting ready to go back to school for her, like the 30 plus credits you could get on top of your master's degree in order to go up in the teacher's pay scale. So she was commuting on the train. I don't know if she was going to her alma mater, if she was going to UArts, or if she was going to the Pennsylvania Academy of Fine Arts for this. But she was just going to take some classes so she could land somewhere between her master's and her doctorate. And then she was going to go up in the pay scale. So it was like this whole incentive. So she was on the weekends going back and forth for a few months to these classes. And she came home one day and told me she might have still been living with her parents. I don't remember how it worked out. Maybe we were just married in our first home, but she was like, yeah, this guy was like really chatting me up on the train and flirting with me and like all this kind of stuff. And I was like, oh, I was getting a little jealous. I was like, oh man, that's kind of audacious, the nerve of this guy, that type of thing. And then cut to like 3 or 4 weeks later, whatever it was, 5 weeks later, there's a story in the paper describing their exact situation. I was like, that's the dude. Not only was he trying to steal you out from under, but now he's like, he's doubling down by putting this thing in the newspaper. And it had to be like the way, I forget the description. We should have saved it, because not only does this happen, but then somebody actually pursues it in a newspaper. Like, you got to keep that kind of stuff for posterity, but we didn't. But it turned out
all worked out though, right? Because you met him and now he just cleans your pool and he's totally he's fine.
Very nice guy.
Yeah.
No, or maybe she keeps him on the side. I don't know.
Yeah, that was the joke. Yeah.
Anything could be the case. But then I found out there was this thing later on. But you know what I always did? Because I spent so much time commuting between Philly and New York, and all this time to kill on the train and on the subways, I was always, and even like taking the train from Manhattan up to the Bronx to see Yankee games and stuff, my radar would always be tuned for people that were having those moments. And I never saw it. Like, I always would look for it just to entertain myself. Like, oh, there are people making a love connection on the train, or, the girl gets off early and the guy's holding up his phone number or something super romantic. I never saw it play out, but I was always looking for it. Because that has to happen a lot, where I feel bad for people on trains, public transportation in general, but especially trains, because that's a hard place to do it. Like in the supermarket, I would think it would be a little easier to work up the nerve because everybody's eyes aren't trained on you. On the train, you're everybody's just kind of, there's nowhere to go. You're in that narrow little vessel. It's hard to sort of work up the nerve to break the ice when everybody's watching you. Everybody's facing the same way. Nobody has anything to do. Maybe they're reading the newspaper. Maybe they're just looking out the window. So now if you try to flirt with somebody, it's for all to see, on the train.
Oh, yeah. And also, if it fails, you're stuck on a train with that person for another half hour. If you're like, hey, how you doing? They're like, fuck off. I mean, am I going to go move to another seat? Like, you're just trapped in this tube now with this person who has just completely denied you, any attention.
And that's horrifying.
Yeah. I mean, asking people out like a complete stranger, that's totally foreign to me. The people that I have dated in my life are people I was already friends with. So it's like, I've already known this person for a long time. Let's see if we could be a couple type thing. But it's like, I never dated a complete stranger. I never once just met somebody at a coffee shop and was like, you know what? That barista could be my soulmate. It's just not how I ever operated in terms of meeting people. And that's what fascinates me with these is, I mean, you can feel the desperation of they really do think this person might have been the one. This random person at the Wawa really might have been the one, and I have to find them. Versus just admitting that you just walked by a pretty lady and that's all it was. And then that's okay.
You know what,
like,
Micah?
That's perfectly acceptable.
I just remembered this. Like 3 months ago, I saw a dude straight up throw caution to the wind and try to pick up a lady in the supermarket. And I was with my daughter, who noticed something weird was going on. And I guess I was off not paying attention, just looking at something. And then she's like, Dad, like, check it out. This dude. And then I was like, then I had to catch up to the whole thing. I was like, oh my God, this guy's trying to pick up this woman. And she blew him off kind of politely, but in a no nonsense way of enough to say like, I'm really not interested. But his whole come on was like, has anyone ever told you how beautiful you are? And as that sentence and the following couple of sentences, I wasn't really paying attention. And then as I kind of got wind of it and started tuning in, I was like, oh my God, we're watching something play out in real life. And then the subsequent rejection, it was like, it was pretty harsh.
Oh, Why would anyone ever use that line though?
I mean,
unless you're 12, unless you're like, you've never done it before. I did it once. She had a brilliant comeback. I have never used it again. Because if you're saying that to a woman who's beautiful, guess what? They know they're beautiful. They get told that all the time. It means nothing to them. This woman said to me, I'm having dinner with her. She says, yeah, but beauty's common. And I was like, fuck you, motherfucker. You're right. I'm like, I just dropped the lamest fucking line on you and you totally called me on it. And I've never used it since.
I mean, I've heard some bad lines. So I am truly baffled whenever people want to interact with me, because I do just think I'm dressed in a flannel shirt most days, like a lumberjack. I just don't understand why people want to interact with me. One time at the deli, the man literally said, is it hot out there or is it just you? And I couldn't believe, this is the man at the Publix deli. I'm just going to get some ham.
Give the man credit.
And I honestly couldn't believe that someone had said that to me in real life. It was just like, you trotted out that old number. Like, You're really going to say, is it hot out there or is it just you? Half of me, though, was pretty tickled. So, like, I've never gotten that. No one's ever said that to
response?
Me. I laughed awkwardly because I don't like being talked to. Like, I am the worst person to ever have these interactions. Colin's smirking. Are you thinking about the guy at Petco that I told you about?
Oh, yeah. Micah gets hit on pretty often. Yeah.
But it's always old people. I want to put that into perspective. It's usually old people, which makes it less bothersome. Because there was this old man at Petco, and he was in line ahead of me. I'm just buying dog food, and he said, you're breaking the law. And I was like, what? I was like, what? What am I doing? He goes, you're being too beautiful.
Oh my God.
And so, all right, I laughed. I said, oh, thank you, sir. You're very kind. And then, so he takes his stuff, he leaves the register, but he hangs by the door. No. And I've given the guy at the register my phone number for the rewards program. And the guy goes, shoot, I wish I could have written that down. And then he actually left. Like, he was waiting for that joke because he knew that they'd ask me for my phone number.
How old was he? Old, like harmless, old, flirty? Or was he old, like Dagan's old?
I'm saying this was I would put this guy. I'd put this guy in his 70s, like harmless old, and he wasn't. This dude wasn't creepy. Like, he wasn't staring me down or anything. He really was just like from afar, being It wasn't like the guy who chased me down the toilet paper aisle. It wasn't like that guy who I kept trying to get away from. And it's like, I just want to buy toilet paper. And he's like, excuse me, miss. And it's like, oh, God.
In the toilet paper aisle, like, people don't even choose their surround. Like, wait till you get into an aisle that's a little more.
How about you don't ever pick up anyone in a toilet paper aisle, because it means they don't have a bidet, which means they're a filthy fucking heathen. Interesting.
It really was like, sir, we're approaching the milk, one of the more seductive sections of the grocery store. Right. But you tried this in front of the Charmin?
Yeah.
Okay, right. Like, that's just bad business practices. Jaffe, I haven't heard from you yet about this. Craigslist Missed Connections, or Missed Connections in general. Were you familiar with this online culture of trying to find these?
I was a kid of the 70s, so I grew up with the Pina Colada song, which I don't even know if you know the Pina Colada song.
That is what actually I thought of a lot when thinking of this topic of the personal ads. I mean, it's a slightly different take on it, because that is like you're advertising yourself.
Yeah, but he ended up hooking up with his old lady. It's like, it's the same lady. They were both bored, and it's like, oh my God, you know the song, Colin, the Pina Colada song?
Yeah. We know the Pina Colada song very well.
It's, that was the height of twist endings of Shyamalan back when I was like 10. I'm like, oh my God, it's the same person.
But it's so, dude, by the way, it's so fun. That's a thing with Micah and I, like that song, because I love that song and she doesn't like that song. I think it's a cool
It's because you played it too many times. Yeah. He played it like Colin would repeat the song 3 times in a row, and I'd be like, you gotta stop. Like, that's
I wouldn't do that around you. I would do that if I'm working out or something. I don't ever do that.
Working out, I can hear it.
I have a master playlist of all my songs, and
whatever comes on comes on. Song?
I'm sorry.
Is it cardio? What do you do with that
I do cardio.
song?
Yeah. Well, whatever. Yeah, cardio. Yeah.
Interesting.
I listen to, sometimes it can be anything. I don't like segregating these playlists between genres or moods. It's like, just give me what you give me. And if I don't want it, I'll skip it.
Sure.
Got it.
Yeah.
Same Old Anxiety. That song? That's kind of in the same, it's a cousin to Pina Colada song. Dan Fogelberg, he meets his lover in the checkout aisle of the grocery store, and he became a famous singer, and she's married to a guy she doesn't really love, but he keeps her supported. You ever heard the song?
No.
It's a cousin to Pina Colada. It's great. You should listen to it.
What's funny too is that the waitress's Christmas rapping is also a cousin to that song, which is a song I really love.
Is it? I love it. Oh, right.
It's about, like,
she saw the guy.
Seeing this guy over and over again at these different things.
Right.
Yeah.
Love that song.
Yeah, me too.
Great. Okay. So, by the time Craigslist was a thing, I was married. So it wasn't, and even then I went on Craigslist from time to time, but not for this, but I'm very familiar with the concept in its various permutations. So I don't think it's romantic. I think it's creepy and I think it's disturbing. But that's only because I was a kid that was brought up with this being romantic. I was raised on rom-coms. I was raised on, the idea that, the leading man is the guy who, goes above and beyond. But when you actually kind of look at it in retrospect, it's creepy. So I was at the mall when I was about 14, 15 with my buddy Carrie, and we saw this blonde girl, and I became obsessed with this blonde girl. Didn't know her. She's pretty, cute girl. And I follow her out to her car, her mom's car. I write down her driver's license number. I figure out her phone number because I was into computers and stuff. I figure out her phone number based on the license plate number, and I call her. And she's just like, oh, okay, thanks, bye. And I was just kind of like, dude, you're creepy. Don't ever fucking do that again. And thank God I got that when I was 14 or 15, because I do think you're right. Most of it's just, the media convinces people, if you are susceptible to it, about all this romantic comedy shit. I don't believe in any of it. I don't believe in soulmates. I do believe potentially there are people out there that we have strong connections with, and maybe that means something. But the idea of it being, this is the one, I don't know. I don't think we have any evidence of that. I think there's a lot more going on that you could say, oh, it's the chemicals that get released when you find somebody you want to have sex with, blah, blah, blah. And so I'm usually kind of like, I think it's all kind of silly and dangerous if people, because think about that. Think about the fact that somebody has gone home and they have created a little fantasy in their mind that for no reason that they've had any real evidence for, this person is meaningful. It's like you're trying to live in a fucking Hallmark movie at that point. And so imagine the fucked relationship if she's actually of the same mind and she reads this shit and they get together. I mean, that's a disastrous relationship waiting to happen, because they're both living in fucking La La Land and it's going to go off the rails. I will say I met a woman once. I was at Chicago, and I was I went to USC for college, and that was the closest place to Alabama, where it was like, 6 months before we all went to school. It would just come to a local USC meetup. We'll get you prepped for your freshman year, blah, blah, blah. And I did meet this girl in the hotel, this, again, blonde girl. And we just had such a fucking amazing conversation. And I remember just going, if there is any proof to missed connections and that, there is something there, I would say that would have been the one that I would be curious about. But I think probably what it was is I met somebody and I had great chemistry with her. And then I put all this romanticization bullshit on top of it. And I hate to take away the fun. Colin sends me an email the other day. He says, well, first I go into the show and he says, what did you call me? Like I'm not defeatist. Somebody in your comments said, no, Jaffe's not that. He's just defeatist. Talking about how I'm always, what was the word? I forget.
Nihilist?
Yeah. And I'm like, it's not that I want to take away y'all's fun. I'm not trying to get rid of the romance of life. I want it to be accurate and honest and true. I don't want to, I can live in a la fantasy land, but it's not real, so I'm not trying to kill your romance. If you're out there listening, going, you're a son of a bitch, Jaffe. She's real to me. Like, I would love, like somebody was, I think Colin was asking, it's like, and I didn't see it in the article. I would love to see if there are success stories of this stuff. because I think this is madness. And I think that I really do. I think the fact that we've raised people to believe in this horse shit, and I don't mean like, oh, I met you and we had this great talk and we talked for an hour. Okay, maybe there's something there. But I saw you walking up the stairs of the shopping mall and, you know, you looked at me and I looked at you. So I think it's creepy. I think it's fucking creepy.
Yeah, it is. It's that's a logical conclusion with the way you look at the world, I think, but I'm actually in agreement with you on that it's,
yeah.
There have been certain moments in my life where I remember like I had a connection with a person or like an instance like that where the timing just wasn't right. Often I was like in like a relationship or just you know, it's like I'm on the way to work or whatever. Because I do remember being on a train late at night 15 years ago or whatever. And this girl came on to a stop, like sat next to me. We had like a fun conversation for 10 minutes and it was very like flirty and cute. And then she just got off. And I remember in the moment being like, oh, that was interesting, but I'm in a relationship right now. So it's just like always like, you know, that kind of bad timing, even though it was all casual at that time. But
isn't there a difference between like a passing glance going up an escalator or spending meaningful time on an airplane?
Of course,
where maybe
absolutely.
you engage in conversation and there's mutual attraction, obviously, and maybe a little bit of flirtation. Right.
Certainly.
Yes,
I think
totally different situation.
Yeah, certainly.
But I will say, and you know, to my credit, I'm not totally a curmudgeon. I mean, I genuinely believe, well, it would not surprise me if eventually we do learn that there is a connection between people that we don't understand yet, where whether it's because we're all made of the same stuff and maybe my stuff and your stuff intermingled in a meaningful way a long time ago. And there's some kind of energy there that when we reconnect in these different forms, perhaps I do know, I think I've told the story before, but when I first met the woman who would become my wife, who is still crucial in my life today, it was instant. I mean, that was not a thing I've ever had, even with this girl I was telling you about at USC. It was, there were two events that happened in that meeting, and it was just like, holy shit, and I've thought about it, and I'm like, am I embellishing this? Am I, you know, I'm being real practical about it, scientific about it. And no, because I never did that with anyone else. I really would want to be honest. I don't want to share a story like that if I'm like, no, I know I'm kind of making it flowery and stuff. I'm like, no, so I don't know. And maybe that's the impetus behind a lot of these things like missed connections, but it just also, because we have such creepy fucking people in the world, my guard tends to go up on this stuff, because people can have these fantasies and create these whole little worlds in their heads about what other people think and all this shit. And, you know, shit happens, shit goes sideways. Not as often as the media wants us to think, but I don't know, man. I don't know.
Mike,
but
I'll say this.
I don't know.
Let me say this. This could be old man yelling at cloud shit, because again, I haven't been single for a really long time. But the cheesy pickup line, like, it just seems so easy to me to make a connection if you're single and you want to kind of delve into romance or, you know, have a relationship, whatever. Like, use the cheesy pickup line as ironic. Like, just deliver it ironically. Then you're saying, not only I have a good sense of humor, I know what's cheesy, I want to talk to you. You're saying so much with that little thing. Like, there are so many strategies. Like, I don't know why it's so hard. I don't know why it's so tough. Like, I understand trial and error, right? And I'm not even talking about like blind dates or something extreme, but like, you know, you find somebody you think is cool, you have the initial attraction or whatever, date or two, there's no chemistry, it doesn't work out, there's nothing bigger there at play. But like, I don't know, like the guy in the deli, if he delivered that line cheesy and you were single and he was being clearly ironic, being silly, now you're putting a different spin on it. You see,
it would have been different. Yeah, right? It would have come off completely different if this person was like clearly being ironic. And it was just like, you could just tell he was actually saying the line, like he really meant it. And it was
Colin's pickup line more weird. Like, did you know this building in 1823 was actually
take me now.
Shit, I gotta change my panties. Damn it, Colin.
Well, I want to lead off with just one more misconnection that I had found in our local area. This is from Sheets. It says Sliding Hill Road. Cashier joking with coworker about needing a bag and dementia. Around 5:30 p.m. You're no bag, and I'd take you home.
You're no bag. No, that's a no. That's a solid.
I would say that's a hard yes. That's good writing. You're no bag, and I'll take you home. That's good writing.
You're no bag.
That's a pickup line that would work. All right, and he should have said that to her when he was at the Sheets. And I hope that they find each other. That's one that I say, you know what? Hats off to you. I hope you find her.
I think I'm going to start a job trying to like write for these people. They're so fucking bad at this.
I'm looking at them right now. It's like, hi, my name is Microsoft. Can I crash at your place tonight? Or here I am. What are your other 2 wishes? There's a million of them. So, you got to be, you got to almost like custom it. It's like, what are you into? I'm into comic books. Okay. Write them about, the person that they're into something. Cause otherwise, like here's one. If you were a Transformer, you'd be Optimus Fine. That was pretty good.
Love it.
I love Transformers. That is really good.
Culture.
Like
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. Yeah. It's terrible. If he's being ironic, that guy's a genius. If you're putting the ironic cherry on that.
But talk about dating though and being single. Oh my God. I mean, I don't mind being single on and off, but the young single shit, like the stuff I see on Instagram, if that's real. I saw this woman the other night. She's getting on a plane, walking through the aisles with this guy. They just started dating. He's already taken her away somewhere for the weekend, and she's complaining to the whole plane that it's not a first class seat.
No.
Oh my God.
I would be like, are you out of your fucking mind, motherfucker? Weird. I mean, I don't understand. But again, I don't have to play that game, so I choose not to. But my God, I don't know.
There is an app, right, Micah? Do you know about this? Because you're the youngest. There is an app called the Gone By app where it's intended just for this very thing, like missed connections. I don't know if there's a little bit of like lonely hearts in there, like searching for, but I think it's specifically a missed connections app. I don't know. Maybe I'll download
it. No, I have not heard of that. It really was the gold standard in high school, was to go on Craigslist and see because we did 2 things. We would go on Craigslist and check the missed connections. Then we'd go on the sex offender watchdog site and we'd see what new sex offenders lived in our neighborhood. That was a little more morbid, but it was also, there were a lot of them.
I never liked looking at that because I was like, I just don't want to know.
I don't want to know.
Yeah.
I don't know. We had a morbid curiosity about like, oh my God, the guy 6 houses down, guy's a child molester. And like, now to avoid the brown house when you're riding your bike. But that really was part of the thing of like, I wonder what we got now. And you see who's in your neighborhood, who's at your community college. They had a guy's poster in the lobby of my community college, was this guy's poster because he was a student there. And it was like, this guy is a level 3 sex offender and did all these terrible things, and he's in your art class. And it's like, okay. And everybody knew him, and he was a pretty nice guy. So it was just one of those, what are you going to do about it? But these were our pastimes in rural Western Mass, to go on Craigslist.
I'm surprised you guys never responded to the Craigslist Missed Connections and like, that was me. I'll meet you here Tuesday in front of Target, and then really totally just took pictures and shit.
I wasn't malicious enough. I genuinely never even gave that a thought to send someone a fake reply. Like, I honestly, like, that's hysterical, but I never even considered it like that, because that would be really funny to just send someone on some wild goose chase. Like, yeah, I'll be at the Walmart wearing pink fuzzy slippers and see if the guy goes looking
everybody.
for it.
How are you?
I literally, the Cookie Monster pajama pants, and that'll be like 50 different women at Walmart. That could be anybody.
Well, Jaffe, you came up with something early in the conversation that I thought was brilliant, and that was like the strategy, especially if you're looking for somebody, like cast a really wide net, like a really broad entry in a misconnection thing that could be 30 different candidates.
Are you saying you're looking for a specific person, or just like, fuck it, this is a dating tactic?
No, you're just throwing out the fishing net, and maybe you'll get some
carp. If you don't mind getting to know somebody under false pretenses, and then you've got to deal with Act 3 where she hates you, but then you win her back in the last 5 minutes of the movie, sure. You lied to me from the very beginning.
I hate that trope more than anything, of the I asked you out as a joke, but we ended up actually having a good time. I hate that more than anything, only because I think I'd be cool with it.
Is it Sydney Sweeney? She's in a romantic comedy that apparently a lot of people were into, and I haven't seen it, but there's this guy she dated and they had sex and then they're at the same wedding and they pretend to be together, but they fall in love. Apparently it was a big thing amongst
I don't know it.
rom-com people, but I haven't seen it, but she's all over the place.
It's
she really is.
It's one of many, like I was saying, there's just a million movies. I don't even know anymore. I don't know one thing she's in.
Immaculate,
never
is supposed to be
heard
awesome. That's coming out this week. Yeah, you've not heard of that one? I don't know.
No, I'm so out of the game on what's new and what's current and what's even 10 years old. I don't know, man. I'm out of, when it comes to movies, I'm out.
But not games. You're playing the game of the year right now. I'm surprised Colin's not playing it.
It's my game of the year. That's for sure.
Excellent.
Yeah, Unicorn Overlord. That's my game
I'll get
of the
to
year.
it. I just have a bunch of things on my plate right now. I need to. I don't like jumping from game to game. I like to just finish the games that I play.
I would love to have that like you. I can't do it, but I'm with you. I'd love to be that.
I'm playing like a ton of Helldivers, like a surprising amount of it. So Helldivers is probably at this point subsumed the time I would need to beat 2 games.
Do you play with people or randoms?
No randoms. Yeah.
Interesting. And you because I know you don't like multiplayer.
Yeah, no,
games.
I just really like this game. No, I don't. I was saying on Sacred that there are really only 2 other games, maybe 3 other online games that I ever gave a substantial amount of time to, and this is the 4th one in my entire life.
Do you communicate with them or you don't talk to them?
No mics. I have it on, so no one has mics. The Last of Us I was really into online just for the trophies, and once I earned the trophies, which was a lot of time, I stopped playing it. Rainbow Six 3 I was in love with when I was on the original Xbox, and the original Soldier of Fortune was probably the first online shooter and that was a PC game that I really loved. But yeah, typically not online games. Helldivers just has there's a lot kind of baiting a metagaming type person like me on. There are different currencies, things to unlock slowly. You have the trophies. But I am getting, I said a couple weeks ago, like it is a game I'll come back to and then leave for a little while because it is the same thing over and over again. It does get a little boring after a while, but yeah, I am I'm level 29. The max is 50 and I'm playing with a lot of people that are like at the max level now. Like when I just go into games. So it seems like a lot of people are playing it pretty heavily. I also heard it surpassed 8 million copies sold.
Wow.
Which is
it's pretty good. That's really good.
I'm sure that Sony had no idea that was going to do anything close to that. So,
all right. We are ready for topic number 3. I kick it over to you, Mr. Jaffe. This is a fun one. And
Well, yeah. So look, like I said, I feel I read the comments and people are like, Jaffe's a nihilist, he's a defeatist, all this shit. And I'm like, and I how it is when a comment hits you, you're like, what are they talking about? What is there? And so I was like, I consider myself a very optimistic person. I'm a fan of life. I'm a fan of laughing and doing cool shit. I just, I also am pragmatist is kind of an elitist position to take because I don't know if I'm right on things, but I do very much value evidence-based stuff, even if that evidence-based stuff is emotional. So anyway, point being is I'm like, fuck you motherfuckers. I'm fun. So I started thinking about, little pleasures, like life's little pleasures, right? Things that don't necessarily, they can cost a lot. They can't, but it's more about just what are the things in life that are just bring you joy, that have really just that gives you a little spark to the day, to your soul. It makes your soul smile. Like, what are those things? And I was thinking about them and I wanted to know what people's were. And if you're listening, I recommend thinking about it because the ones I'm going to tell you 2, and they're very small things, but they really do add quality of life to me. So the first one is, what I call lunch games. Basically, and they can be whatever you want. But for me, and shut up, motherfuckers. I know where your minds are going. They need to be one-handed, because you eat with one hand and you're playing with the mouse with the other hand, right? But I remember when I was obsessed with Hearthstone. Now it's Marvel Snap, but it's Monster Train, Hearthstone, Marvel Snap. There's a new game out called Ballistro, which is like a poker rogue game. They don't have to be card games or anything like that, but I would love to be at work and I would love to go out and get lunch and bring it back and put my headphones on and just lose myself for 30 or 40 minutes in the world of Hearthstone or in the world of Marvel Snap. So I still do it to this day. Every day, Marvel Snap is my lunch game. I absolutely love taking, I usually don't take an hour at all anymore, but 20, 30, 40 minutes for lunch. And it's one of the highlights of my day because it's just me time, and it is my brain loves it. I'm getting food, so the chemicals in my brain is happy. They can't speak English so good. And it's just a joy. So that's one of them. The other one that is I am not a comic book collector at all, but I've kept I am in the sense that I've kept a lot of the comics that meant a lot to me growing up. But I don't care about this is the fine grade mint, blah, blah, blah. But I have recently started putting them in bags because I'm like, some of these are real valuable and I want to give them to my kids. But going through my old comics is the closest I have come. I got some of them here, but it is the closest I've come to time travel. Here's one Colin will like. Because it really is, that's G.I. Joe 150. This is, I think, when Snake Eyes revealed his face, too. I think this is the first time we saw his face.
Okay.
But, it's just, look at this, Infinity Gauntlet #1. Come on now. That's the original. But, yeah, it really is just like going back in time from the smells of the newsprint to I remember where I bought them to just that sense that hasn't gone away for me of being with these characters. And I know they're silly, and I know I'm 52, and I know that, it's goofy, but there's a kid inside me that still very much loves this stuff and loves it unironically, to connect with this stuff. So for me, it's kind of perusing my old comics and lunch games. So I just wanted to bring it up, mostly to prove to people, fuck you. I'm not a curmudgeon, but also because I do think it's one of those things that people should get these things if they don't. I think everybody has them, but I think there's value in recognizing them. And I think there's value in cultivating them and nurturing them because, end of the day, here we go. We're born alone, we die alone. End of the day, you need those things that are totally dependent on just you to bring you some joy. So there you go. That's my topic. What do you guys have for little pleasures like that, or do you?
Well done. Well, pass the baton, my friend. Who would you like to go first?
Don't care. I literally don't. I don't care. You're hosting, so I know who the options are. Here are three choices. Really?
Yeah. Here. Let me present you with your choices. Micah, you go first.
Yeah, and I want to say to Jaffe, I'm with you. People might be surprised at this. Life is suffering, misery, and I'm waiting for it to be over. And that's really just, I wake up almost every day thinking, Lord, you should have let me die. I just have been done with life for many years. But you have to find joy. You absolutely have to find joy. And aside from my lovely husband and our dogs, what came to mind first for me was baking bread, because it's I say it's unnecessary because you can just go buy bread at the store. I cook a lot, and cooking in my life is like a necessity. Very utilitarian. I like to cook, but it's primarily it's a way for us to save some money. So we're not getting, takeout every day and just spending tons of money on delivery fees and all that stuff. So cooking often feels very just utilitarian. But when it comes to baking is for me. Baking is something that I just like to do. I don't have to make, fresh made white bread. I could just buy it at the store with all the other groceries. But it's really a time of Zen, almost bored. I don't want to say meditation, but there is something to it. It's very calming to compile all my ingredients and knead the dough and let it sit and rise. And just the whole process of it is something I thoroughly enjoy. There's a tinkering aspect to it of this recipe didn't turn out right. What do I do next time to fix it? There's a little bit of problem solving. There's disappointment when that happens, but it's always knowing that I'm going to improve next time. And as I've been baking bread for the past, 2.5 years now since I started baking bread a lot at home. And I've gotten better at it. And it's been nice to see that improvement. It's been nice to actually see progression of skill and knowledge of, oh, this dough isn't rising, I can fix it. Things like that of like, I would have been totally lost before, but I've learned over time how to improve and, make better loaves of bread in general, but better decisions along the way, not being totally tied to a recipe, like being able to say like, this dough's too dry, it needs more water, instead of just saying, well, the recipe said to use this much. So that progression of like knowing what to do and everything, it definitely has brought me a lot of joy. And just being able to bake bread, once a week or so, it's one of those things that it's totally unnecessary and you don't have to do that. I'm not trying to be some homesteader or anything like you see on Instagram, but I just enjoy this long process. It feels very old timey. It does in a weird way feel very much like you're mimicking your ancestors in some way of like, here's where grandma would be making the bread.
Well, I don't know if you guys plan, and it's none of my business, I'm not asking, but if you plan on having kids, but in our family, we have there's an online thing called like the family cookbook. And what's been really interesting is having recipes from people who were part of the family, but they're no longer here, but we're still making their recipes, not because it's like obligation, but they're really good. And so the idea of, when you get, if you have kids and they're like, oh, this was mom's bread, then this was grandma's bread, I think that's really cool. I think it's like you're still kind of around if they make it like you used to make it. I think it's a great thing. Although you do put little buttholes in it or something. You post them and you're like, look at the butthole in this bread.
That is the bread machine loaves. When I do bread machine loaves, they always have a butthole because the bread pan has this like pin in it that turns the kneading paddle. And so, whenever I do bread machine loaves specifically, they do. But it's funny you bring that up, Jaffe, because for our wedding, when we sent out invitations, I did make a family recipe card album. And what I did was with some of the RSVPs, I ran out of recipe cards. I didn't have enough. But with some of the RSVPs, I sent out a recipe card asking for, just give us a favorite recipe, like an appetizer, a party dish. And we did collect a lot of them. And it is one of those, it is very heartwarming of like, I have Aunt Betsy's coffee cake recipe, which she makes she used to make every Christmas. Aunt Betsy passed away 2 years ago. And so it's like, well, now I have this recipe of like her Christmas coffee cake, things like that. Of I got Aunt Joni's meatloaf recipe. Like it's things that, we're going to look back on in 20 years and be like, look at all these wonderful things people sent us of family recipes. I got part of our family, part of my dad's family is Polish. And so I got like one of their pickle recipes and it was really cool. Like I myself am not Polish, but one of his aunts married someone who was Polish. So we have a whole Polish part of the family. And it was fun to get those recipes. And Colin's family, his dad's side of the family being Irish. So they sent us, some Irish recipes. It was just one of those, here's our whole little family album of recipes. Cool. And they do like, it's something that really means a lot to me. The baking bread is a big part of it. The other one I want to say is grilling / smoking, because it falls into cooking, but it's again completely unnecessary. There's no reason for me to take 6 hours to make a chuck roast on the smoker. I could cook anything else for dinner that would just take 30 minutes to an hour. But there's a real joy in setting up the fire, getting the smoker all ready to go, putting the wood chunks on it, getting the meat seasoned and ready. There is something to that process of, it reminds me of my dad, first of all, and like grilling with him as a kid. And it's just one of those things, if it's just taking pride in something that you're doing is a good feeling. And I notice when I'm really busy, how much I really long to do these things. Like the past 2 weeks, I hadn't been feeling well and we'd been traveling, so I hadn't baked bread in a while. So I made a loaf of bread the other day and it was the first time I'd baked bread in 2 weeks. And I was like, this is so much fun. I missed doing this. And I feel the same way about grilling. I haven't had, between the weather, just not being great because it's winter, and then also just time, I haven't had much time to grill. I think the last time I grilled was Valentine's Day because we did a steak dinner. But so it's just I'm waiting for the sun to be out longer so I can be out at the smoker without it being dark. And I really do look forward to it and just waiting to have a weekend free so I can spend, 6 to 8 hours, dicking around outside. It is a real just sense of accomplishment to say like, yeah, I spent the whole ton of time making this dish that Colin, really enjoyed and told me it was good. And it's completely unnecessary to spend this much time cooking, but it is just fun. It's really fun to research the recipes. I listen to barbecue podcasts every week, and it's just one of my great passions now to be out there at the smoker or at the grill and just having fun with cooking, making cooking more than just a task I do every day and turning it into, at least once a week, it's something that is truly fun. And I don't want to make it sound like I hate cooking, because I don't. It's just more so like you get into a routine, you make a lot of the same dishes, Oftentimes you're making things that are just more convenient of like, yeah, I know I can make this dish in an hour type thing, or I can make this in an hour and a half. But when you have the free time and you can take 4 hours to make some short ribs or something, it is really fun for me in that way to experiment more with cooking and to just be able to really put the time into it and make something special. So those are my two things really, is baking bread and then like being out at the smoker, because they are things that you don't have to spend all that time doing, but it's enjoyable to me.
It makes me once again urge you to go watch Princess and the Frog. No, because she wants to open a restaurant. She bakes, that's like her big passion. And it's another good reason that the movie's great. It's crazy you haven't seen it. It's wonderful. Anyway, okay.
Micah's a really good cook and baker.
Thank you.
And has made me really lazy, because I've cooked most of my life. Like I can cook and I'm pretty good at it. I'm not great, but I can take care of myself. But Micah has made me, and I don't bake at all. I just don't fuck with that. But Micah's really, really good. Keep baking that bread, woman.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we found a really good white bread recipe now. That's like my go-to.
And it's like, what if we said the hole was in the bread? It's like, well, how else am I supposed to fuck it?
True.
Yeah.
In all fairness, that is true.
Well, it's pliable. I mean, you can.
Yeah, I'll figure it out.
As if you couldn't just cut a hole right in it. We do. Colin, can I tell the French fry story about when I was grilling?
The French fry story.
It was just an example of Colin losing his.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Tell say whatever. I'm sure I don't even know.
Yeah. I know. I was out at the grill one night. I'm making burgers. I had the fries in the oven, and I said, Colin, the fries should only have like 5 minutes left on them. Can you just keep an eye on those? And Colin had said, if they're done, what should I do? And it really was, though. It's like Colin can cook. Colin is a good cook. But in that moment, he hadn't cooked in so long that he was just like, what do I do when the frozen fries are done? I was just like, just shut the oven off.
I probably just meant like, should I tell you? Should I take them out? Should I keep them in there and shut the oven off? It's probably
a lot
more
of
what I
thoughts
meant.
for a 40-year-old man to have about frozen fries.
Yeah.
But and the thing is,
it's
that
like,
you
do you
are
want
very
to know when they're done? Is this a timing thing for you? There was more inquiries than that, I think.
No, there were, but that was what was funny, because you did used to cook a lot more, and you are a good cook. Like you make great chicken cutlets and the sauce. But it was just really funny in that moment that like my husband, who loves to say like, I'm a better than average cook, but in that moment you're like, what should I do if they're done? And it was just really funny.
The guy at the Petco would have known what to do with the fucking fries.
The guy at the Petco this is what I'm afraid of. I don't need you meeting these other men.
Yeah.
The guy at the deli, he would have known what to do.
Yeah, oh my God, definitely. He would take good care of you. No doubt. I don't want to compete with these guys. But
no, you can't compete with the Boar's Head deli guy.
No, I can't.
That's Boar's Head.
Anyway. All right, where do we go from here? I'm not the host.
Yeah, well, I could take it from here, Jaffe, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I really don't care. I'm interested in all of your views, so it doesn't matter to me who goes next.
Cooking is a great one, but it's not one that applies to me, because I always meet cooking sort of at the cross section of, I like to cook, but life is just so friggin' busy. So it's kind of becomes aggravating and I don't have the time, I never really wanted to, I never pined to be like a stay-at-home husband. But if I were, I think the part I would enjoy is the meal planning and the cooking, because I really do love to cook. It's just that it's always a time crunch of the kids, having to shuffle off the kids somewhere, and then the respective jobs and taking care of the house and everything. But I do have, so cooking, is one maybe for the future for me that I know I would dig, just given a little more breathing room in my schedule. But I do have two, you guys, that I sort of have two sort of just for me soul soothing rituals. And I don't know if I ever really thought about it this way before, but I guess if all goes well, I tend to bookend my day with these two different routines. So it's kind of cool. I start my day with one, and then if all goes to plan, I finish my day with one. The first one in the morning revolves around coffee. I'm a big coffee guy. I mean, I wake up in the morning thinking about coffee. It's what gets me out of bed. You know, the sun rises with my coffee. So I have a whole ritual around coffee that works for me because eventually, I mean, not too long ago, I realized now I'm really OCD, very obsessive. Once I get my day going, whether I'm animating something, designing, it could be job hunting like right now, working on stuff for the podcast, I know the day is going to run away with me. And I tend to be that guy who's like, oh, fuck lunch. Like, I don't care. I don't really take care of myself. And I don't take time just to decompress. Now it's all of a sudden it's 6 o'clock. Where'd the day go? So I've been doing this thing in the morning where I wake up, everybody's long gone by the time I get out of bed, let's say 8 o'clock. Take care of the dog, take her out for a walk, let her kind of meander, don't rush her too much, come in, feed her. And then, okay, now it's between taking care of the dog and starting my work day. So I make my coffee. I have this delicious local coffee. I know I've mentioned it before on the show, but Covered Bridge coffee, delicious. Have this kind of ritual, grind the beans, just stuff them into my little plastic K-cup, right? I just use the Keurig. I'm not super fancy. And then I fix my coffee exactly like I like it. And I don't go upstairs. I don't sit on my work machine. I don't go on the laptop. I purposely take my coffee, fix it just the way I like it while it's hot. And I stand in my dining room in my bay window, the dog at my feet, and I sip my coffee and just look out the window. And I force myself to stand there for 5 minutes. And that's my moment of just zen. Not only enjoying the coffee, but not being bogged down in emails, not getting into the stress of like, what's my deadline today? I got to deliver this commercial, whatever it is. It's just seriously doing nothing with my coffee. And I would like to do that with my second and third cup of coffee too, but I always do it with my first cup of coffee just to say, you know what, before you get mired in the business of the day, like just, this is your time. Just chill outside. And Helene's like always like, you're looking out the window. It's like surveying your empire. It's a very humble empire, but it's my little empire. So that's my thing. I force myself to do in the morning because I know, especially, you know, with the anxiety and whether it's a deadline or work or looking for work, there's always some kind of agita, you know, it's like, just so it's like, it's that 5 minutes that just for me every day in and day out. Same thing on the weekends, even if it's not a work day, really try before I'm worried about where the kids are going, what we're doing, you know, whatever. That's my morning routine. And then at night, I don't think I've ever talked about this before, but I have an addiction to sunflower seeds. It's really bad, actually. It's disgusting. It's actually really gross. And I don't know where it started, but I eat a bag of sunflower seeds, like a bag you would get at a 7-Eleven.
You're imbibing like a baseball manager. You know, you always wanted to be a baseball manager.
Maybe it's a baseball thing that could be kind of indirectly linked, Kyle. I don't think that's a bad theory, but a bag of Davids a night, and that's my thing. And now what I force myself to do, I always, after the household kind of settles down and everybody's kind of retired for the night, kids are in bed, wife's in bed, they got to get up early. I usually do work, whether I'm just working on something for myself or I'm animating something on the side or a project for work, whatever. But and I go to bed late. I'm a night owl, but I try to always stop at midnight. I grab the Davids, rip it open, pour it into a bowl, and I sit down with usually a movie, but sometimes it could be a TV show. And I spend the last hour or so of being awake just hunched over my seeds like a friggin' demented gerbil. Like it's if anybody ever saw me, I'd be mortified. It's disgusting. And I know I'm gross, but I have an addiction to it, dude.
Do you eat? Yeah, Mike asked if you eat the whole thing.
No. Helene always gets very, you know, she's always very concerned for the colon. and for the digestive tract. I'm like, no, I don't do the thing where I shove it in my mouth like a baseball player and just start spitting out shards of the shred. I very carefully, I have a routine. It's gross. Like if anybody ever saw it, my family doesn't even see me. Like I kind of sequester myself in here in my office, my little TV over here, and I just on my little couch, and I just like a overgrown gerbil, just go at it. And it used to be, it's getting worse. Like there could be worse habits, but it used to be like a sometimes, like every other night thing. And then it just became more and more frequent, and now it's every single night. And it gets to the point where I get a little bit anxiety if I don't have a bag or two in the pantry, like in reserve.
You buy them like so
it's pretty bad.
Because I want to buy. I like beef jerky. What's the kind of Jack Links or whatever?
Jack Links pepper jerky.
But it's I like the black pepper one especially. Okay. This was something Nick Scarpino actually introduced me to because he was always into like really low, like high protein, low fat, low calorie things.
Yeah.
And so I would buy these things in the airport and eat them or whatever, and I became really interested in them. That would be my night snack every night if I could find them. But like the black pepper, like I got to go online and find like individual cases of it.
I'm gonna keep my eyes peeled, man. Maybe
that's good stuff. I love that stuff.
It's just,
and you could just eat. I feel like I'm on the fucking frontier, just tearing in.
There's something about that.
Sunflower seeds give that feeling, but in my family, we eat the whole thing. We don't waste any part of the animal, and so they're much more filling that way. You're not eating a whole bag. And they're delicious. But like I was raised to do that. The whole family does this. The first time, though, one of my cousins saw my sister doing that. He's like, what are you doing? He like smacked her on the back of the head to get her to spit it out. And we're like, we always eat the shells. Like, what are you talking about? Because we had no idea that wasn't normal. I don't know if my mom just didn't want to make a mess or whatever, but she always just ate the whole thing. And we ate the whole thing.
You know why?
So you're not spitting anything out. I was baffled to see my classmates putting the shells aside on a napkin during snack time. I'm like, what are you doing?
It's
just
a lot
eat
of
them.
work. That takes dedication. And it's the reason I can't eat, what do you call it? Like pumpkin seeds. When you toast the pumpkin seeds at Halloween, because there's really no way to part the shell from what's inside. Like you have to eat the entire.
Yeah. You just eat the whole thing.
Pumpkin seed.
Yeah.
With sunflower, there's no way to look elegant. That's why it's gotta be a private thing. Like I couldn't even do it around Helene. I'd be way too embarrassed. In fact, I get kind of bummed out when we have to watch a movie together because I can't do the seeds. I'm like, what? I think I'm just going to watch this one by myself.
What does it bring you, though? What do you get? It can't be just the taste, right? What do you think it represents the joy? Why is it bringing you so much comfort?
I don't, what? I think I love the toasty flavor of the sunflower seed. And now I could go for ranch. Ranch is a newer thing for me. They're a little messier or if you go for pickle or like the bacon flavored. But I like the toasty of the
Woody Allen without the child abuse. Is what I would say.
I don't know how it started, but it's to the point where I think if you could have a problem with sunflower seeds, I do have a problem with them.
Well, I think when people show up in New York for your show in a couple weeks, everybody should bring David's sunflower seeds to Dagan.
Bring me a bucket.
Just bring him one of those buckets. Come on, man. He's looking for work. He don't need to be paying for his own fucking sunflower seeds. Bring the man some fucking sunflowers.
Thank you.
I'd love to think that Dagan runs out and he gets caught at like his neighbor's bird feeder, sifting out just for the sunflower seeds out of the mix. It's like, we're out of seeds at my house. And he's just going through his neighbor's
I never thought of that. Don't give me any idea. I'll tell you, though, I've been known to roll into Wawa at 1:30 in the morning. And it's always sunflower seeds. And I know they know, like, I'm in there every day, not just for sunflower seeds, for everything, various sundries, right? But I know the people in there have been there for a long time. They know I got the sunflower seeds. I don't go in every day, but let's say I get 2 or 3 bags every other day. It's enough to know, like, this guy's got a thing with sunflowers.
Why don't you just buy cases of them?
Well, that's the thing. I want to get the bucket. Like you see in the dugouts, in the MLB dugouts.
But that's.
Let me go for the bucket.
That's just too inelegant. What are you going to put in a trough?
Dude, I'd have the bucket. I'd go through that bucket in a month. Easy. If I had that much, I might go through it in 2.
I'm thinking you could buy cases of like individual packaged ones that like you buy.
Yeah,
much
like the
cheaper.
little trail mix packs, and you can get like 20 of them at a clip.
Like look at Walmart,
I see
look at
what
like
you got.
Sam's Club or something, or Walmart or whatever, and see.
Maybe
That's you're just living high on the hog and you want to spend twice as much on these things as you want to be. I'm just
I'll tell you
2 a.m.
I'll tell you what's a deal
Wawa's
breaker.
buying sunflower seeds. You were wearing Cookie Man's pajama pants. Call me.
Call me up.
And they have a nickname for Dagan. Like they're either calling it like Birdman's here or like the parakeet. Like you just know
Chipmunk.
that they're definitely something's going on here, and they're like, he's back.
They know.
Yeah.
It's
In the
embarrassing
mornings when
but
you're
it's not
having your
enough
cup
for
of coffee, are you looking at all the bird feeders going, if things go bad tonight, that's the one I'm going to hit?
I'll tell you, I'm thinking about those sunflower seeds hours out.
I've never had a sunflower seed, so now I'm going to go get some.
Really?
Oh, dude.
Oh, they're good. You expend more calories getting the seed out of it than you do eating it.
What do you? I don't even understand why baseball players spit them, because like you eat it and you crack it in your mouth and then you swallow the meat of it. And then
right. That's exactly right.
But you don't do it with your hands. You do it in your mouth. Is how you.
Well, yeah, you're supposed to. I would always just take one at a time and like bite it. And
well, what are they spitting then when you're saying? Because I see
they're like just making a mess of it and then kind of dissecting the meat from the shell and kind of getting rid of most of the shells when they're spitting it out. But you can just split one open and like take the.
That's what I do.
Or you can just eat the whole thing.
Yeah, it's a lot of labor.
You can just eat the whole thing.
That you can just, and then you get more salt that way, and they're way more filling. Like you eat the whole thing. I mean, you only need a handful.
You're going to be carrying those things with you forever.
You're satisfied.
That's what I feel like the ball players are doing. They're just getting the saltiness, chewing it up and spitting everything out after. Right. So then they're essentially not eating anything. But I'm I have that grit. Like I'm there to do the work. And it's bad, and it's a really bad habit. I always tell myself at least like try to pacify myself by saying like you're not an alcoholic, you're not a drug addict, you're not out getting hookers. But I'll cruise up to Wawa 2 a.m. and that the seeds that's like my hookers.
Dig, you know who I was thinking of the other? I don't know why I'm thinking of this now that you're talking about this, but about a hooker. Remember when we would go to that diner in your neighborhood?
Sure.
Like often, but the woman that worked there at night would never remember us.
Never remembered us.
So like we would go there like probably once a month or maybe even twice a weekend, once a month.
Sure. Yeah.
And for many months and like over a year. And like this woman just never remembered who we were. Like would greet us as if we'd never seen her ever. And I was like, Jesus Christ.
She was like a goldfish. It was are you serious? You've met us 12 times. And she would always like introduce herself or just act like it was like, is she putting us on?
Yeah, it's good shit.
Where is Aston? Yeah. It's so that's the sunflower seed. It's nice to get that off my chest. I don't think I've ever talked about that before.
Your bird chest.
And if it's a problem, baby, then it doesn't matter. Let's go. Kyle, I think you're the last one, man. Rituals and routines.
Okay. Well, I wrote down 3. I liked what I was looking at Jaffe's email, bringing it up here. He said, like that. It could be like hanging out with your kids or your spouse or something, but that you want it to be something like more concrete and tangible is what you said, which I was like, yeah, I get that. Because there are a lot of like little things like that too. But so I guess in order of maybe like waking up in the morning is one little thing I do for myself is I never wake up to an alarm. Now, this is a really rarefied thing. I get it. Like I'm very lucky, but I don't want to wake up to an alarm ever if I don't have to. And so I don't make any appointments or do anything until the afternoons. I go to bed really late at night. I didn't probably fall asleep till like 4 last night or something like that. And so I hate that feeling. Like even hearing like that typical iPhone alarm noise, like it gives me agita. Like just hearing it being like, oh, it makes me want to throw up. It reminds me of like getting up, being like a journalist and like being like, oh, it's 5:30 in the morning. I got to fucking go to SFO to fly to, or do something like that. Or I have to get up for this appointment or whatever the case might be. I just really try to not do that. Now you can't avoid it completely. And every once in a while something happens where you have to like make sure you're awake for something. But I try to do that for myself. Like by just being like, you can just wake up. And that just puts me in such a better mood than having to get up or knowing like I have this very specific memory. This is obviously like everyone for everything that's time-based, of course, but I specifically remember working my high school job at a deli, and I worked these really awful weekend hours. Like what was it? It was something like 10 to 6 on Saturday and then 8 to 3 or something on Sunday. And I remember like that Saturday you would work all day and then get home and maybe go out with your friends, and you get home and then you look at the clock, and I remember being like, fuck, I have like 5 hours to sleep or like 4 hours. I just hate putting myself in those positions. And as long as I can help doing it, I don't want to do that ever again. So that's one little thing that I do to keep myself balanced. A little pleasure, as it were. Another little pleasure is just my pre-dinner joint. I've long smoked a joint before I've eaten dinner for many years. And my smoking kind of got, at different times, has gotten a little bit more out of control than others. And I think I've really reeled it back in lately in a pretty dramatic way. Like I'm smoking so much less than I was a few months ago, or even like a few years ago. It was like just when I had my own house again, or like when I had my own space again, I just was like, I'm going to fucking smoke it. It's like when you go to Vegas. It's like I can, so I'm going to. And so I've tapped that down, but I really enjoy my day's work typically culminating in that joint and just looking forward to it all day. And I've always been like that since I was in college, which is really kind of when I started smoking pot every day. Is I would always take it. It's funny about the alarm thing. And those days I'd always take morning classes and then work usually in the afternoons. And it would all lead up to like when I can like smoke a joint or a blunt and like sit down and eat dinner. And so like that kind of like I've kind of imbibed that my whole life. And so it's a sign that the day is kind of through, and I really look forward to eating dinner. I love eating. Like I just enjoy the ritual of eating and settling in for the night. So I like to try to do that. That's like a little pleasure for myself too. And then finally, I am not a big spender of money. Even as I've gotten older, like I try not to spend too much money on too many random things and try to keep it. We talked about this actually. I think even maybe the four of us when we were talking about some time ago about subscriptions and how like I really just try to tamp down on my own subscriptions based on my use. Like I don't want to just have latent things that exist for no reason just to spend. Like I can spend it, but I don't want to spend that money on. So I'm trying to be very fastidious with that. But when it comes to things as I get older, like the certain things I've selected in my life, it's like I don't mind spending money on this. And those are kind of the so like when a new G.I. Joe is announced or whatever, it's like buying it, no questions asked. A really funny thing with my drums is when I was a kid and in middle school and high school, it's like you would like play your heads until like they often broke or dented because like you didn't want, and that's like really detrimental to the sound and the quality of all that. And it's like I had my kit for like less than a year and I bought a new snare skin, which is not a big deal at all, but it's like, wow, like I would have never done this as a kid. I would have played this thing until it could not be played anymore. And I want to do little nice things for myself like that on the certain select things that I care about. And I had that experience a few weeks ago. I don't break drumsticks very often. I'm breaking them more as an older player than when I was younger, probably because I'm a little stronger or whatever. But I used to play sticks until they would just erode into nothing. Like if you play drums, you know that you collect basically like wood dust collects around like your pedals and like your snare drum and stuff because your sticks are slowly disintegrating as they chip into like cymbals and the rims and all that. And I would play a stick until it broke or cracked when I was a kid. And I went on Sweetwater, which is a website I love, like the music website, the instrument website. And I went to go buy new sticks. And then I was like, why don't I just buy like 10 pairs, and just have them like unthinkable things that are not ornate at all, but that I would have never done
right
as a kid. So I try with those very select things. It's like, oh, you had to select which G.I. Joe you wanted. Not anymore. Now you can have them all. Oh, you used to have to like have kind of like secondhand cymbals and you would use these sticks until they broke and the skins would be really dented. I would even like take the skins on the back of a drum are different than the skins on the front of a drum. It's like a batter head and like a resonant head. And I would even just flip them when I had to like get more wear out of them, even though that's totally not what you're supposed to do. Just because I didn't want to spend that money. And I think I allow myself to do that with those very specific things because I just try to limit it to, and I have other very like Mega Man is like a very huge love of mine, obviously. And there's just almost nothing that comes out for Mega Man, but they just released those action figures. Those like really nice vinyl figures.
Yeah.
And I bought the whole set. I was like,
them.
obviously, so no questions asked, but then I just, for other things, I just try to tamp it down. It's like, I don't need this. I don't need that. I don't need that. I don't need that. I don't want that. The final thing I guess would be like a 3B would just be, is food. I feel like I'll go and look for good deals on certain things or like not want to spend a lot of money on certain things, but I do think you get what you pay for, generally speaking, in life. And food, I just feel like if you're going to go to a restaurant, why not go to a nice restaurant? Now, I'm not saying like a fucking Michelin restaurant or something like that. I'm just saying like, why not go
like
to the place with
Cracker
the
Barrel.
$30 or $40, entrees and like have an experience of, like,
the Cracker
where
Barrel.
like the service is good and the drinks are on point and the ambience is right. And I feel like it's worth it for that, like that kind of stuff too. So in those little ways, I try to treat myself, but probably the most off the reservation one is like the no waking up to an alarm thing, which I imagine most people would die to live in that world. But
the joint one sounds good too, though. I've never thought about that. I mean, I don't smoke a lot, but the idea of like consciously going, I'm going to smoke before dinner. I'm going to try that tonight. That sounds kind of interesting.
And that's the way so we're going out tonight, and so I don't smoke before I go out, so I'm not fucking zooted when we go out. But typically what happens is either I start working out, I go throughout my day. I wake up at like between 11 to 1 probably, and then I'll do what I need to do, and then 5:30 to 6 is when I'll start working out, and I'll work out till 7, and then I'll take a shower, and then Mike has usually got like the last half of dinner going, like that's like the last half of the cooking, and I'll sit and smoke a joint at that point, and then like it'll usually be done right when we eat, and then I go into my night, so I highly recommend it. Having little goals like that I think is good. It was really like the working from home thing and all that made me like into like a next level pothead for some time, where I was like, oh, I'm never gonna I'm like chain smoking basically. You gotta.
I was so glad to hear Snoop Dogg. That was a whole gimmick. It was marketing. That
it was funny. It worked.
It did work. But Kevin Smith actually was serious about it. I'm like, come on, man.
That's true. That's a good point.
Yeah. It's. I mean, I do think about it sometimes. Like I'm like, I really should just stop smoking weed. Like, I'm sure it's not good for me. I question whether it's not tobacco bad. It's like, I just feel like we would have so much evidence at this point that this stuff was killing people from our parents'
You're talking
generation.
about the actual smoking part.
Right. Like marijuana, ingesting marijuana in any way. It's just like because there's not that like an imminent health scare. I don't feel like this impetus to really stop, but I do think sometimes for my mind, like, I feel a little shot sometimes, no doubt. And I'm sure a lot of it has to do with like stress and all the work I have to do too, but I'm sure I'm not helping myself by. But I do notice when I don't smoke, like I feel more nervous and anxious and stuff. And as I'm trying to continue to unwind from my meds, I'd rather smoke than be on these meds. Yeah, so that's like the balance I'm keeping for right now. And then
I tell you what, yesterday I ordered a bunch of pot and, they delivered it and it was like $200 a pot. And just to have in the home. And they have these things, this gelato, and I like the all-in-one. It's disposable, right? So you just rip it open, you're done, you throw it away. So you don't have to roll anything, and it's not a bat or any of that shit. But the packaging for the all-in-ones is exactly the same as the packaging for the chocolate. And I got $200 worth of fucking pot chocolate now that I can't refund. And I hate that. I don't mind gummy edibles, but chocolate edibles is disgusting. It tastes like fucking you're eating the carpet or something. So, yeah.
Which carpet?
Not that carpet. That carpet's That's a different flavor. Although that's a big discussion. The first time I did that, I didn't know what to expect. And I was like, is this girl sick? And they're like, no, man, that's normal. I'm like, really? This is awful. But, but then you learn to love it. But at first you're just like, good Lord, have mercy. But point being, though, no, this is like the shag carpet or something, is what I meant to imply.
Well, you could gift that. I mean, that's going to be your gift giving. I'm just like,
yeah, totally.
Stuff, but
maybe I'll give you some pot chocolate.
Don't tell her.
Yeah.
Are you? I'm not hosting. So,
Jaffe, are you satisfied? Have we done your topic justice?
Lord, you guys have not only satisfied me, you've made me feel warm and cozy. The coffee in the morning sounds great. The joint at the end of the day sounds great. The baking the bread, I'm not going to bake it, but I might go buy bread. That all sounds great.
Get yourself some brioche. We skipped over, though. I mean, nobody talked about the 2 p.m. jaking off. Nobody talked about that, but I'm sure it's all in there. I'm sure it's all in there.
That's everybody. Everyone just rubs one out in the middle of the day.
Well, there's nothing like it when you're working from home, and it's I
got to say, I've never been called janking off.
Oh, jaking off.
That's safe.
Yeah.
For YouTube.
J. Okay, I think you said janking off, and I'm like, sounds like
no, Jake, like the name Jake.
Gotcha.
I saw this in a meme once, and it has stuck with me ever since. Colin hates it. Colin can't stand it.
You say so many things
funny.
that are out of line. Even the way you were saying Craigslist before. Say Craigslist.
What, Craigslist?
It's not Craigslist. It's Craig.
But I know a man named Craig. This is what the problem is. Back home.
How do you spell his name? How do you spell his name? The one you know.
It's like Craigslist. Yeah, Craig. Who's Craig? But here's the thing about back home.
Creg. Crehg.
If you have someone in Western Mass, all right, the name is Doris. It's Doris. That's Doris.
Doris.
Right, but that's not how you'd say it back home. It's Doris. But yeah, I had a neighbor named Doris. And so you have Doris and Craig. I mean, like, these are just these are the names.
Oof.
Yes, Craigslist.
How do you say chocolate and how do you say Chicago?
Chocolate, Chicago? Are those normal?
I've always been fascinated when people say Chicago. It's actually people who I think say it correctly go Chicago. It's like a aw. And like chocolate is like a chocolate. And I'm like,
chocolate.
I just say chocolate and Chicago. But, Chicago. It's amazing the word. Some people say the word diamond and you hear the D at the end. And I'm like, what? To me, it's diamond.
Diamond.
Yeah.
Yeah. Diamond. Yeah. I'd say the D. Diamond. This is where things get fuzzy. Like, for example, like winter. For the most part back home, we don't really say the T. It's just winter.
Me too.
Like, it's winter.
You leave the T out.
And my mom hates it that like we don't say the T in winter all the time. Like, she was very gung ho about you have to pronounce things correctly. Didn't work though, because clearly I'm just all fucked up. But I'd never heard that you're not supposed to say Craig that way. That's very funny. Because like, isn't there, I don't know, there's like an author or something, he's like Gene Craighead George or something like that. Like I always had it as Craig.
What's the name of the cartoon, Micah? Craig of the Creek?
What?
Craig of the Creek? Not Craig.
I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is, old timer.
I'm older than him. I never heard of it. This is something this is like you didn't have any money and your mom's like, Shadow Puppets. Everybody watches this show. It's Craig of the Creek. No one knows
Craig of the Creek is newer.
I've never heard of that, actually. No.
See, there's you're trying to make it happen, but it's never going to happen.
It's the line of you're either too old for something, too young for something. And it's like, if it came out after 2010, I was too old for it and I wouldn't have seen it.
But, that's the worst when somebody younger tells you, oh, you're old because you're using a reference.
I'm used to everything. God,
it's crazy. And I imagine in cartoons, it must be, the age group of people coming in and out is so there's so many people, I imagine, that have different frames of reference. You say the 7 old men to probably some 23-year-old. They're like, you mean Dagan and his 6 friends? It's like, no.
It's the 9 old men, Jaffe.
Is it the 9 old men? I thought it was the 7. There's a 7 dwarves, the 9 old men. Sorry. Well,
Gnome.
As soon as we get to your topic, you'll know very quickly. I know very little about the people who create our art.
Well, speaking of which, and listen, I'm hosting today and I'm going to have the last word on this. I don't want to hear another word about it. There's no coming while the sun's out. Okay, that's it. We're going to move on to my topic now. Coming's only for nighttime.
I can live with that. That sounds reasonable to me.
To know what you're referencing?
There's no reference.
Referencing, but why would you?
It's just a rule of thumb. It's just a rule of thumb.
It has apropos of nothing, though.
No, because I'm hearkening back to Micah's 2 p.m. janking.
Gotcha.
Yeah, no one knows what she's saying. Just she's talking about jacking off.
There's no PM unless we're in Alaska.
Cranking down, slapping the hog.
Cranking one out.
Slapping
cranking down,
rubbing one out.
Hog,
ripping one out.
Rubbing.
Ripping it out.
You're always misrepresenting me. Like when you misrepresented the George Washington story.
Now I know wants to do with George Washington or not. You ripping it out? Jesus.
Guys are making it very...
I said I was going to have sex with George Washington. Not that he was going to have sex with me.
He said I'd be blasted out by George Washington.
Now you don't even... You misunderstood me so many times on this. Now I know for sure. The evidence is here for everyone to see.
That was in real life. You said that IRL. That was in our kitchen.
Blasted out means either like come in your face or fucked from behind?
Oh,
blasting out.
Yeah, having sex.
Yeah,
with,
I think just blasting the vagina.
Vag.
Well,
He doesn't have a vagina. He's George Washington. So
the bussy, if you will.
Bussy. I
Can't
don't.
stop thinking about George Washington now. Well, you guys go wood teeth in or out?
I think if you do it without, it's
without.
It's soft. It feels good.
It'd be quite pleasurable.
Well, yeah. Who wants the wooden teeth? They might have termites in them. You don't want any of that.
Okay.
Let's
segue, my friends, to my last
you brought
topic.
Up coming at 2:00 and the sun being out, Dagan. That's you, baby. This segue is not brought to you by Jaffe this time.
That's true. All right, you guys. Now listen. I'm going to back clean up with my final topic. And I'll tell you how this one came about. We talked about, of course, everybody knows by now, Akira Toriyama. We sadly lost Akira Toriyama, one of the most legendary mangaka who ever lived, one of the most prolific cartoonists across the globe who ever lived, and had a huge pop culture and nerd culture impact on us across the planet Earth, East, West, whatever, and kind of felt his influence, his profound influence in anime, across comics, across video games. So nerd culture, and we talked about him. We did a whole topic on him on Constellation last week. But when we found out that Akira Toriyama passed away, and there was an outpouring of, everybody celebrating him, the sadness and everybody celebrating his contributions to everything that we love that he did, it dawned on me that it's like, wow, it's so sad. There's something so tragic in it's so nice to celebrate somebody who we appreciated, but wouldn't it be nice to be this effusive with our praise while this person's still alive? Let them see how much we adored their contributions to whatever it is that we dug that they did. And then kind of in the same breath, maybe a day or two later, I discovered a new artist who is not new, but who is new to me. I don't know what rock I was under, but I discovered an artist named Ashley Wood. And he's an Australian illustrator and comic book artist who's been around apparently for a long time. So again, I don't know what rock I was under, but this guy's work blew my mind. And I just found him on some random sort of low-key YouTube channel talking about one of his art books. And I was like, holy shit, this guy's work is phenomenal. Now, I have to say, NFSW, not necessarily safe for work. His work can be very sexy, beautifully drawn, very expressionistic, and he does really amazing drawings, and he's also an amazing oil painter. But really, really beautiful work. And I found out just in digging deep into his whole biography that he was the one who illustrated the 2004-ish Metal Gear Solid, officially sanctioned by Kojima and Konami, Metal Gear Solid series of comic books. But very beautiful work. I mean, really, really kind of gorgeous foundation and drawing and painting. And then thematically, he tends to do a lot of sexy girls with robots. You could look at his work for 5 minutes and there's already a very specific flavor established. Unmistakable. This is definitely Ashley Wood. And just gorgeous, gorgeous work. And then I don't know if that I would call him my favorite artist, but he's the one I'm fawning over at the moment. And then it just reminded me, let me just do a topic where I kick it over to my compatriots and say, think of an artist, could be an illustrator, a cartoonist, an animator, a painter, a fine artist, a photographer, a sculptor, whatever. Keep it in we even said, we could include film directors if we want. Keep it in the visual arts realm this time. Just pick a living artist. The only prerequisite is that this artist still has to be living. So let's appreciate this artist while they're still here with us on planet Earth. And each one, just pick one. Everybody, all my friends here, we're going to go around and just pick one and just say, somebody's work who you really, really dig. And I kind of dodged the having to pick one because I picked Ashley Wood, who's new to me. And again, definitely ascended the ranks. Like I put Ashley Wood up there talent-wise with guys like Jamie Hewlett. And that's why of Gorillaz fame, if you don't know who Jamie Hewlett is. Mm-hmm.
His metal. I'm looking at his Metal Gear stuff right now. His Metal Gear stuff is very, very cool.
It's gorgeous.
And yeah, his Snake
Just
stuff
gorgeous.
is awesome.
You very rarely see somebody with those kind of traditional fundamental drawing and painting chops. I mean, this guy could be a fine artist in any avenue, but the fact that he's working in comic books is like, wow, we're lucky to have a guy who's this talented. And just a really high energy. And if you're into that sort of thing, his girl stuff is very sexy. It's often very classy. But I think the classiness comes through his technique, his painting technique, which is very, it's very schooled, very academic. So Micah, I'm going to pass it to you first. You could pick whatever artist you want in any of those categories I listed off. The only thing is this has to be an artist that, as far as we know, is still alive.
Yeah. I like to think that Dagan is just browsing Rule 34 for high art now at this point. Like Dagan is just going to these websites and being like, now this is an oil painting. And maybe it is indeed, Cookie Monster sucking at Mr. Crab's teeth, but it is so well done and classy.
You are nastier and filthier than anybody I thought you would be when I first met you. And I think that's wonderful. And don't ever let anybody take that away from you. I'm sorry to interrupt. Continue, please.
No, thank you. Thank you, my friend. So Dagan, this was actually hard for me because my mind went to children's books first. I adored, like most children, I adored picture books, but I felt a real connection to books when I was a kid, to the point that I just had like these favorites that even into being a teenager, I would come back to as comfort food type thing. But this led me to find out that some of my favorite children's book artists had died. The first one that came to mind was Maurice Sendak, who created Little Bear and Where the Wild Things Are. And I think he died in like 2012.
It's been a while.
And I didn't know. And I was very sad to learn this because that was my first choice. I was like, Little Bear was my favorite show as a child. My dad and I would watch it every morning before he took me to afternoon kindergarten. It would be Peanuts, then Little Bear, then Rugrats would come on, and then I had to go to school. And we loved it. It was our favorite show. We still have a quote from it that we say to each other. So that was my first choice.
What's the quote? You got to tell us the quote.
It's the grandma on the show had this whole thing about not being put down by if the weather was bad. Because you'd be like, oh, you're disappointed that it's a rainy day. But it was, whether the weather be cold or whether the weather be hot, we'll weather the weather, whatever the weather, whether we like it or not. And so my dad and I still we'll randomly text that to each other, not often, but like maybe once a year, I'll just send that to him or he'll send it to me. But so I was very sad to find out Maurice Sendak died. I loved his art style, especially Where the Wild Things Are. It's all scratchy and he was largely self-taught, which was cool.
Yeah.
But then I thought of Eric Carle, the Hungry Caterpillar story guy. And he had that Brown Bear book. And then he's also dead. And I highly recommend, if you've never been to the Eric Carle Museum, which is in Western Mass. That's wonderful place to go visit. The one time I went, they had a Madeline exhibit. That guy's also long dead, I believe.
Ludwig Bemelmans, yeah.
Yeah, and for people who don't, Madeline was the little girls, they lived like a nunnery or something. Yeah. They were adorable. There was a TV show for it when I was a kid, cute. And there were books. I loved it. Also dead. So who is still alive? Well, I remembered as a child, I also loved Calvin and Hobbes, and Bill Watterson is still alive. And that's who I am choosing because I fell in love with Calvin and Hobbes. My aunt gifted me her collection of all the large, volume books. And she had 10 of these. And I would just go through them and just read them all just for hours and hours. I loved it. I didn't know how to say it, though. I thought it was Calvin and Hubbies when I was a kid. And I didn't know. Adorable. And so in my head, I had to learn how to say Hobbes because I never said it out loud. They gifted me these books. I was like, thank you. And I always read it to myself as Calvin and Hubbies. And then when I ran out of the books, I was like, Dad, can we go look for more of those? And that's when I discovered I'd been saying it wrong the whole time. But I adore his art style. It's simplistic. It's cute. And just the comics themselves are just very funny. When you actually have the entire volume versus reading it, day by day in a newspaper comic strip, reading the whole volumes together, they are just, it's this cute little family with their child who is a demon and his adorable stuffed animal. It's like his one soft side is this stuffed animal that he loves to bits. And I just adored it as a child. And some of the books were in color, which was fun. Those were my favorite ones, were the ones where the comics were all in color, because he chose like a soft, warm palette for a lot of things. A lot of them felt very fall themed, even if it wasn't like fall in the story. It just always felt like he had these like warm, soft colors, not muted, but just, I really enjoyed them as a kid. And so he is my top choice because the nostalgia is strong. And it's also seeing the places where he clearly put himself into the work. Like the dad in Calvin and Hobbes looks so much like a young Bill Watterson when you see pictures of him. It just looks so much like him. And just seeing
really
that
does.
It's like, yeah, and I don't even think he had children at the time that he was writing the comic.
No kidding.
I think he does have a child now. But I think at the time he was writing them, he didn't even have kids. And this is even more funny to see that in a way he's putting himself into this fictional family dynamic, but without even actually being a parent. And that was also pretty cool of what I obviously don't have kids, but my dad also adored Calvin and Hobbes, and seeing the way that he could relate to parents without actually having kids himself, though. I don't know, maybe a sibling situation. I'm unique in the way that being the youngest, I never took care of a younger sibling, for example. My sister has a lot of, momming under her belt already because I was her little sister and she babysat me and took care of me. I don't have that at all. I can't relate to parents about shit. And so this guy, though, writing this comic strip about this kid who's pretty much a ne'er-do-well, but occasionally very sweet, occasionally very cute and loving, and just a lot of parents getting joy out of it, while the whole time this guy didn't actually have his own kids. There's a talent there in the storytelling and everything. But
absolutely.
Yeah, that's going to be my top choice. Rest in peace to Maurice Sendak and Eric Carle, who I forgot were already dead. Was pretty bummed to find that out. But Bill Watterson, may he live a very long time, and I hope this doesn't jinx him in some way, and we're going to find out, tomorrow that he's dead.
But for as reclusive as he is, he might as well be dead. I mean, Micah, he put out a book. He co-created a book. I want to call it a children's book, but it's way too creepy to be a children's book, about a year ago, called The Mysteries, that he co-wrote and illustrated with another. It's back there, but you can't really see it. But it's such a departure from Calvin and Hobbes that I don't even mention in the same breath. But Bill Watterson, if I was courageous enough to have to do what you guys are doing and pick one artist, that would have probably been his contribution. He was one of the greatest who ever lived. And I loved it. Calvin and Hobbes was so special because it meandered between oftentimes being hilarious and other times being very sentimental. So it made you feel all the feels. And as a kid, I was early in high school when I discovered Calvin and Hobbes. It was such a huge influence. And you know what the cool thing about Maurice Sendak is, Micah? You're going to be at SVA in New York in a week or so. And he taught there. He was a professor at SVA, Maurice Sendak.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. So he taught illustration, and he might have taught cartooning there as well. As recently as the aughts, I think he was still there. I have friends that went to school for animation that maybe had him for an illustration elective here and there. So his legacy, you'll be in those hallowed halls, which is kind of neat. I want to say Bill Watterson never had kids. I don't think he ever did.
There's a documentary about him, I think, right? Where a guy goes in search for him. I think it's called
there's a whole documentary. There's a book. Yeah. What's that guy's name? Nevin Martell?
I have to. I thought on Google it said he had one kid. I don't think
he ever did. He's still in Ohio. He's still with his wife. He has a bunch of cats.
It says he has one daughter, but there's no birth year listed.
Oh, he does have a daughter.
But so the thing is, you click on her name, there's no photos, there's no birth year. It's very, very hush hush. Because you click on him on Google and you can see who he's married to type thing.
Yeah.
But there is zero information about his daughter at all.
That's on brand.
Which is cool to have that level of privacy when your dad is so famous.
Like the Salinger of cartoons.
It is allegedly he has a child, but it doesn't even list how old she is. So
that's interesting.
Truly a mystery.
That's incredible. But yeah, that's an incredible pick. And he's kind of one of those guys. Colin and I have talked about it before. Like he left early, kind of made it clear he was never coming back, at least to the newspaper cartoons, and he just left you wanting more. He's the opposite of jumping the shark. It's like no matter what he gave us, this book was a little weird, but it was cool. It was just cool to see. You know what was cool about the book? He did a YouTube video making of. And you could actually, he's not on camera, but you could actually hear him speaking about his process, at least with the other guy. I always forget the other illustrator's name. Also very talented dude. And the way they collaborated. So it was cool just to get him speaking, because I think short of one public speaking engagement that he did at a college many moons ago, there's nothing with him. Maybe a random newspaper interview, but no video, no audio. So that was cool that he did something, at least so we could hear him talk about art, Yeah, so that's an awesome pick, Micah. You get my seal of approval on that one. Jaffe, we'll go to you next.
It's hard for me because I think I would say right now, and it changes. I think Midjourney is probably my favorite artist. ChatGPT is better sometimes, but Midjourney I think does the art the best. In fact, I'm going to put in let's see, Spider-Man. I don't think he understands what I'm saying. That's okay.
I don't.
In the style.
Wait, I don't get it.
He's saying that AI engines are his favorite artist.
Oh.
Yeah, those are the names of AI programs.
Oh, I didn't know that was the name of an AI
program. Yeah, hang on. I'm gonna have ChatGPT. I'm gonna say, make me an image.
That is gonna be an actual
Spider-Man in the style of.
You don't know what Midjourney is, Dagan?
Midjourney? No, I never heard.
You got to look into that, because that's the biggest threat to you.
I mean, there's nothing I could do about it. What am I going to do?
Well, you can
just read about it, and they're being sued, and there's a lot of like litigious shit going on around all these things ingesting it. I think it's a final fight worth having, but nonetheless, Jaffe was just being
Sora stuff is crazy. I'm crazy excited for that. The text to video, I mean, that's incredible. That's coming out in a couple of months. Anyway, okay. I mean, I don't, it's a great topic that makes me appreciate the fact that I should probably, track more individual artists. I don't really know, I can name people just because it's the topic, but I think what would be a more genuine answer is more style. I really I have a folder on Twitter where I follow a list on Twitter, and I follow horror artists, and I love surreal horror. I think is just the most delightful thing. It tickles my brain in just the right way. And if you go back, and this guy recently died, what's his name? Bernie Wrightson,
Bernie Wrightson, sure.
Yeah, he did a lot of the kind of Creep Show and a lot of the kind of eerie comics and all that. But there's a lot of that shit that's just that delights me. So I love that. I love that kind of art. There's it's not paper art, but there's a statue. And these are kind of low rent statues. It's not like Sideshow collectibles. These are like $150 each, but they're called Bishoju. I have one. I have a bunch, but I have one. I tend to buy one every time Comic-Con comes around. And it's these women that are superheroes. This is Zatanna, but I have a Spider-Woman one. I have a Supergirl one.
Yeah, those are beautiful.
I love them because they're sexy, but they're also really they're a little off from reality. So it's not like a photoreal attempt like Sideshow does. So there's kind of a fun aspect to them, but they're also very powerful. And they do a lot of weird gender bendering with it, where it's like they have sexy women statues of Freddy Krueger, of Jason Voorhees, all the horror characters, and It from the Stephen King thing. So that's the kind of stuff I like. But it is kind of it's a great point you bring up about, appreciate them while they're here, let them know while they're here. And I am going to actually start learning some of these people's names. I know the names that you guys bring up. I know Waterston, I know Schultz, I know Dr. Seuss, I know Todd McFarlane, blah, blah, blah. But I couldn't tell you who is consistently connecting with my soul, although there are artists that are. So it makes me actually want to spend some time learning more about it. The only other thing I'll say is the weird thing, and Dagan, you would have some insight into this possibly, but the guy who I grew up with who did my version of Spider-Man, which was John Romita, and I just loved that guy's work. A lot of artists lose their shit over his son's work.
Yeah.
But I think his art is horrid. I think it's weird and blocky and strange. And what is the appeal? And I don't mean that like I'm taking the piss out of the guy. I'm sure he is a great artist. He works all the time. There's nothing, I'm sure he's a nice guy. But what am I missing as someone who just doesn't get Romita Jr., but totally not Romita Sr.?
Yeah, I don't, it's not really my cup of tea. I always prefer, I wasn't into American comic books until McFarlane took over Spider-Man, and then soon thereafter, Image was launched, and it was a whole different ball game. And then I kind of discovered Jim Lee in a backwards sort of retroactive way. But yeah, with Romita Sr. and Romita Jr. and those weren't my favorites. They're very conventional. I mean, they kind of fall into the same.
Romita Jr.'s not. Senior was, but have you seen? I mean, Romita Jr.'s work is.
Yeah, I know his stuff.
His characters look all anorexic, and when they have them sweating, it's like these, like, instead of like, it doesn't read as sweat, it reads almost like these moles on their face. It's very strange.
Yeah, I know what you're talking. I'm going to look up a couple of his samples, but it always seemed to me like more in the camp of, no, you're right. It is a break from the conventional Marvel DC style, kind of breaking away from all the Silver Age stuff. But yeah, I'm surprised you weren't, because you had up your Infinity Gauntlet book before, and then you had up G.I. Joe. So I'm surprised you didn't mention guys like Larry Hama, who was he was a writer. Yeah, but did he pencil as well?
I don't think so. I think Larry Hama was the writer of every G.I. Joe comic and the TV series.
Who who penciled the book, like the Snake Eyes book, like 150?
I'll tell you right now. See, I ain't precious. I'll take it out of the goddamn bag.
I can look it up.
Shit. I just ripped the back of it. I still don't care. Fuck it. It's just a comic book.
I always thought he penciled or storyboarded the American Comics is not.
Larry Hama did script.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Pencils was Phil Gozier.
And I'm looking up Romita Jr. here too.
But so I mean, I'm actually going, and I will say, as I've gotten older, I've gotten to appreciate. I know he's dead, Jack Kirby, and all that he did, not just in terms of his style, but in terms of his creativity. I'm going Sunday for the first time to the Comic-Con Museum in San Diego, and I've obviously been to Comic-Con. I've never been to their museum, and there's an exhibit.
I didn't even know there was one.
Yeah, and one of their exhibits right now is on Stan Lee and his life. And I've interviewed on my show a couple of times Reisman, the guy who wrote or the lady who wrote one of the biggest, tell-alls on Stan Lee, and he. My love and obsession with Stan Lee has gotten so diminished as I've learned what Kirby has done and what Ditko did. And, so as I've, if it was, 20 years ago, if he was still living, I think he was, I would have said Jack Kirby, because even though I don't love his art style, you can't escape that influence of just like, holy motherfucker.
Yeah,
this
he
guy
was the bedrock for everything.
Yeah. And the idea that, Stan Lee made the Hulk, Stan Lee made Spider-Man. I mean, yeah, sure. Do you know the Spider-Man costume, though, by Ditko is ripped off?
No.
Isn't that something?
No. I never knew.
It's fascinating. There was, Ben Cooper Halloween costumes.
Sure.
Well, Steve Ditko lived around the Ben Cooper area where they had their warehouse. And it was around the time Spider-Man was created that Ben Cooper had a Spider-Man costume that looks pretty much just like fucking Spider-Man, but it wasn't called Spider-Man. And 8 months later, Spider-Man's born. And it's like, you can't now not see it. And I don't think Ditko probably knew. He was just influenced by life, and he walks by a shop window selling it. But if you go online and look up Ben Cooper Spider-Man costume, you'll be like, wow, that's something's going on there. But no, I'm a huge fan of people who can draw and sculpt. And it's one of those things that I've kept in my life as like I always kind of get shit when I do my podcast and stuff because people like, I like the idea of opening up the kimono and showing how the sausage is made. But as I've gotten older, I've learned that a lot of people, and I'm not giving a backwards compliment. A lot of people like living in that ignorance of it's almost magical, or it's romanticized. And I think with art, because I'm so poor at creating it myself, when I see an image, I really get to just be a fan. There's a viral thread going on Twitter right now. I'm sure you've seen it, where it's called "I had to do this to get to this," and it's artists kind of showing what they drew when they were younger and how they are artists now. And it's just incredible because you look. There was one the other night I saw where this guy drew Spider-Man fighting the Green Goblin. It was just delightful. But then you look at his art when he was like 12 and it just looks worse than my art now. And it reminds you just so much work and so much effort and practice. And it just, it's almost like it's best if you're someone like me not to think about it because you enjoy it a little bit less. In fact, here, I'm going to send it to you right now. I'm going to put this, you got to see this real quick and then I'll shut up, but I want to show you this.
Yeah, no, I want to see, it is important. Like there is that flashpoint. There's that separation that kind of separates the people that will go on to do it and the people that are, when you draw, every kid's like born with a crayon in their hand.
Sure. Yeah.
Right. And then there's that breaking point, that delineation where it's like, it's funny too, while you show me that, Jaffe, looking at John Romita Jr.'s artwork, and some of it is so static and flat. And then other of his stuff is so dynamic and beautifully, like he has a Spider-Man crouching on a ledge with lightning and another Captain America illustration that happens to be in the rain, and they're gorgeous. Like they're dynamic, they're well done, they're expressive. And then some of his covers are like really, really kind of mundane. It's weird. It's really inconsistent from what I'm seeing here anyway in the thumbnails.
Yeah.
All right, so this link.
I don't know if you'll be able to open this one, but this is Ashley Wood done via ChatGPT, just so you know, or Copilot. So it's pretty good. If you would have told me that was...
Oh, wow. Look at this.
Which one are you looking at?
I'm looking at the Spidey, and I guess that's Green Goblin.
Yeah, isn't that beautiful?
And then this is Leonardo Romero.
Yeah.
And then the Little Mermaid, and then his Disney Little Mermaid. Wow. Right. Can you imagine?
Yeah. So if people want to look, it's if you go to get to this, I had to survive this is what it's called. But did you see the link I sent to the AI art?
I love this. That is fantastic.
It doesn't work for me.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, it's not opening for me either.
I'll just send you a screen grab somewhere else.
Anyway, you
got to see it. Cause I mean, this is, I don't know what to tell you guys. It's insane. Now maybe as a pro artist, you could look at it and you could say, well, maybe not so much. I'm going to send this to the email Colin sent to get us all in here, just so you guys have it.
While we wait for that. I mean, I still see a distinction between AI art, but that line is going to get blurred. That's the scary part.
Your average person doesn't, though, right? The person reading a comic book has no clue.
Yeah, I think the average civilian is already at that point, for sure. Yeah.
All right. Well, I just sent this to you guys, so when you take a look when you have the time. Or now, if you want to see it and give me I'd love to get your feedback. It's there. Okay. But that's my answer. It's a great topic though. I appreciate you bringing it to my attention. I'm going to spend some real time giving these people more of my time because I think it's really neat. And you're right. You should appreciate them while they're here.
I mean, I always say it to Helene, I'm always like, can you just appreciate me while I'm still here? Like, tell me something good. Like, I know all the bad things. Like,
just stop eating fucking sunflower seeds like a goddamn goblin. Sure, maybe.
Like, not as an artist. I'm saying just appreciate me as a human being. Say, like, you did good. Like, give me the pat on the back.
That sounds like a healthy marriage. Anyway, I just sent you. Did you get it, Colin?
Yep, I saw it. I see it here.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I mean, it looks great.
Right.
No,
it's trained on others that have drawn this before.
So. Well, yeah, but that's every artist. I don't think Dagan learned to be an artist without training.
We can't go down this road again. We can't.
You want to go down this road?
We can't go down this road.
Okay, that's fair. But I'm just saying that you are correct, and I am correct in saying that your average person wouldn't know the difference. Correct?
No.
Yeah.
No.
That doesn't matter though.
Oh no, and like literally though, so I told Colin this. There was an AI art posted, and it was called The Morning Commute, and it's a guy in his car driving, but it was like literally his tie was the seatbelt. Like it was the tie in his shirt actually like swung down and became the seatbelt. But the thing is that I didn't notice until someone pointed it out. And once you see it, it's really funny. And you're like, well, there's
Whitney Houston hit a flat note in one of her songs.
Yeah,
it's like,
that to me.
It just is. I just found it funny because I didn't notice till someone pointed out. And it's like, I'm the dumbass who didn't even notice that this guy's tie had turned into a seatbelt at the bottom, or that the stick shift was drawn in a way such that it couldn't actually move. Like they didn't draw the stick shift to be movable. It was just a ball sitting on top of like the console.
Yeah.
Things like that jump out at you once you notice them. But a lot like the Kate Middleton photo, the average person is going to glance at it, be like, guy in a car. And they're not really going to look at it with a mind to like pick it apart.
Yeah, I'm also not compelled. This is what we were talking about last night. Is like I'm personally not even compelled by any of that because that's not going to be a problem in a couple of years. So it's like there will be no errors in the art.
No,
like that's not what we're like. It's totally irrelevant to me because I brought up the Will Smith eating meatballs and spaghetti video or whatever. It's like that's like several years old.
That's right. And the new one, you've seen the new one though, right?
Yeah, no, I have. That's what I'm saying. It's like the fight against AI is going to be a moralistic fight. It's not going to be about the quality of the work.
No,
the quality of the work is going to be impeccable, and there are going to be no errors in it, and people are going to be tricked by it. You know, and so it's like these things just don't resonate with me at all. Like I'm like, yeah, okay, there's an error in the art. It's gonna be that won't be there.
But guys, look at these Spider-Man pieces. If you really do look closely, you don't have to be an artist to know this. The lead hand, the foreground hand on the one illustration, and ironically, the trailing hand on the top illustration, those hands are fucking mangled. They're not normal.
Oh, the hands are bad. His back foot looks like a thumb. Like that doesn't look like a
third
hand.
hand.
Yeah.
And the hands are all fucked
up. It's like
one
a tangent.
Of the thumbs is
it's
huge.
A bad tangent.
Yeah, like and one of the webs, like the bottommost web on the right, it's not stretching to anything. There's a web, the third web down is also not stretching to anything.
Because this thing doesn't know the rules. It doesn't.
It will learn the rules as it copies more and more art.
And the other thing that's coming, which is excellent, is the ability to maintain consistency. So then you can, right now, what you can't do is go back, at least what the public has, and say, hey, that web's weird, do the hand again, blah, blah, blah. And it's the exact image, but those things are adjusted. That when that comes, that consistency, then that goes away as well. That's why Sora AI, and if you haven't looked into that, you've looked into this, correct? You know what Sora AI is?
Yes.
I do, yeah. That's incredible. The fact that somebody online said, Jaffe, you should remake the Twisted Metal 1 cheeseball movies, but make them with Sora, like awesome. And I'm like, fuck yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm just going to, once it goes public in 3 months, I'm going to sit there and just, like everybody else, make some fucking movies with sentences. And I know you can say it doesn't matter. I don't want to go down the path.
You know what's scary about this? Just looking at these two Spider-Man images that Jaffe sent us. It's so funny. It's almost a very human evolution in that it's getting the easier things done, the academic things done and correct first. Like if you look at the perspective of the buildings, if you look at the street level details, the foreshortening, it's getting all that right. It's the more organic, more difficult things to handle, like drawing human hands. That is the last thing to perfect, just like it's the last thing a typical human artist would perfect because it's the most difficult. That's weird. You know what I mean? Yeah. So the things you could get away with, like buildings and details and things that are more architectural, that stuff is already really passable. And the organic things that take, years and years of anatomy and learning the musculature and all that kind of stuff, that's this thing it's still a little behind on, just like a person. Sure. That's fucking weird. Yeah. That's really weird to me that the evolution is similar for a machine. It's really
I think it's going to be really interesting too, because I do believe talent continues to rise. I think it's just a tool. I think maybe your talent becomes writing. Your talent becomes, I see this thing in my head. How do I communicate it to the tool?
That's what it seems like it's going, being able to articulate it.
Why is that any less noble than, something else? So you still have to learn to write.
We can't have this conversation right now. I can't do it.
We can't. I'm gonna stop the AI conversation with, have you guys seen
Colin upset? It bothers you?
Have you seen the pictures of Steve Harvey getting kicked out of Golden Corral for playing in the mashed potatoes?
No.
There's a whole AI like album that somebody made.
Oh,
It's
that's
Steve
fantastic.
Harvey
But-
being apprehended by Golden Corral employees for getting in the mashed potatoes. What?
I will stop talking about it, but I do have to ask one question to Colin. Can you articulate why it bothers you so much? Like, what is it that grinds you with it?
Yeah, because computers, we've talked about this, I think, in the past, so I don't mean to be redundant to the audience, but from my perspective, computers being taught how to do universal truths or conduct themselves in like ways of math and science and all of the rest seems to make a lot of sense to me, because there's only one answer. And there's really no reason for you to sit with a piece of paper and a pencil doing all this math when you can plug it into a computer and the answer will be the same every time. And no matter who you're influenced by, like if you're a mathematician, you could be influenced by, I guess, different schools of math, but there's one answer to all the questions. And it's about getting to that answer and about training things to get to that answer. The humanities are different. And these companies openly admit to just ingesting art and training their AI on other people's art. And the reality is that there is no objectivity to art. So these Spider-Man images, for instance, are interesting, but they also look like Spider-Man images from the Spider-Man comic because it knows Spider-Man through that lens. It didn't invent Spider-Man, and Spider-Man's not a natural law. There isn't always the answer if you sit down and say, like, tell me a comic, draw a comic about a guy that gets bit by a spider and gets superpowers. Like Spider-Man's one of a million outlets, that could happen from that. 2 + 2 is 4. And we're taking one and we're crossing it into the other. And I don't see how I literally do not see how anyone doesn't see how this is a negative thing. It's eroding the last thing we actually have before everything can be done by computers. And again, people think that I say this in self-defense, and I really don't, because I'll be fine. Not for nothing. Like, so I'm not saying it in self-defense at all. I'm going to be fine. I'm saying it in the defense of, like, why do we want this? And that's why I told you earlier about, like, it could trick you, but that's not valid to me. It's like giving me a burrito of horse meat and saying, like, oh, you thought it was beef, but it was horse and you didn't know.
That's exactly.
It's like, to me, I'm just like, okay, so it still sucks that you did that. And
what I would say though to that is just that, how deep do you want to go? I think there's a level of nobility that we ascribe to a process, but ultimately we're racing towards a feeling that the art creates, or the taco creates, or the burrito creates. And how you get there is an interesting conversation to have, but ultimately the end product affecting the humanities, affecting other humans, to me, it's irrelevant, the path. The outcome is what's important. But I hear you.
Yeah, we fundamentally disagree on that. And we have in the past on that, and that's totally fine. Yeah. It's just like, it's like, okay, a hydrogen atom will always have one electron. It's a fact, right? And then there are all these different permutations that it gets a second electron, it turns into this, and blah, 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 right? And there are these different formulas, and it's like, that's the universal truth about this atom, this element, whatever. And I'm being very simplistic. I know people don't write it about
at the physics, at the normal scale physics. At quantum physics, it begins to change a bit, but sure.
And I don't know. And again, this is where we deviate, because your argument is that, like, this can all really be explained by chemistry and our realities in space and time and all of that. And I'm like, yeah, but that's true for everything. And that's why you and I had that argument, it was not an argument, it was a conversation where I was like, if that is true and we're going to reduce everything to that, then let's just all crawl into our pods. It's over. Like, if that's literally it, it's like, okay, so there's no reason this determinism means that there's no reason for anything to happen, and we can't even protect our art, and it's funny. Like,
but if that's true, and I think there are plenty of very smart people, way smarter than me, that suggest it is. Isn't there sort of a peace and acceptance?
Maybe, but I don't think we're anywhere near knowing what we need to know to be able to play in that space. In other words,
if you were going to
give me, if you were to have this really deterministic thing of like, this is the exact way it goes from stem to stern, this is how it is, that would obviously demystify everything. And then we would be in a position where it's like, okay, well, we should just go live in San Junipero at this point, right? Nice. And you and I have discussed that in the past. But I think we're 5% there. And I don't think we need to live in that world. Like where you hear conversations about, especially Eric Weinstein's been talking about this a lot, about like his crusade against string theory, where it's like string theory is wrong. These people have dominated physics for 50 years. It's nonsense and unscientific. And we understand nothing about like reality because we gave these people that really are philosophers and not scientists this ability. So like, I only bring that up not for any other reason than to say like, we are so off base on like what is going on and like what we can see and perceive that I would actually rather hold on to human mysticism for as long as possible until it becomes like, I've said this in the past that like one of the great artistic pieces in prehistory is like this amazing anthropomorphic lion human statue that was found, and it's like 40,000 years old, and it's really crude, but you can tell that like they took something that wasn't real, right? Like this that in and of itself is a massive leap. Like our dogs don't understand what can't be conceptualized in front of them. They have no concept of like other orders of things, or like we do, and we express ourselves in these really strange ways throughout time. And I don't want the computers to like, from Easter Island to like what's in the Louvre to the art that ISIS destroyed in the Middle East to the TV shows we watch, like why do we want why do we want them involved in that? And that's because they're not seeking like some quantic answer of like what is the end of pi or something, you know? It's like we're telling it like make a fucking frontiersman Western. And it's like, but humans do that. And the answer is going to be different every time. Why would we want to mechanize it at all? That's why you say like all artists are inspired. Like as a writer, I'm inspired by a bunch of different writers. But again, it's mechanized. It's literally scanning them and being like, here it is, and you can pull from this forever. But that's not inspiration. That's just theft. It's being inspired by something is saying like
that's the quote. Steve Jobs, that's playing the orchestra is what that is. That's not theft to me. If it's theft, it's theft. If they're breaking the law, that needs to be dealt with, and I hope it will. But ultimately, the tools you're given to express what's in your human head, I think are irrelevant as long as they're legal. And so if you give me all the writings of the world and I go to the computer and I say, I'm feeling this, I want to express this, I want it to feel like this made me feel, but not like this. That is playing the orchestra. And I think there's art in that. I think there's creativity. I think there's beauty in that, but not everyone does.
Yeah. Because I agree with you that I have no defense on why the rarefied talent of people that can execute this art matters, but it does. And I guess that's what, this is actually a good segue into my answer, I guess, because I guess I'm the last person that has an answer. And then
we'll talk about God next week, right? That's we're going to talk about God on my show.
Yeah, we'll get into that, and it'll be fun. Right. And I always love talking to you about these things. But I'm actually really so I'll back up and say that I'm a art appreciator. I really love the arts, and I was saying that when we went to see our nephew play in he was in the Newsies at some like local theater in high school, and we went and saw it, and it was awesome, and I was like, I just love performance. I just love everything. Like there's almost nothing like people will often like share these insane like gallery pictures of like, is this art? And it'll be like a guy on like a rope spinning around with a girl's like hair is dipped in paint and it's just like spinning it all. And I'm like, yeah, I guess like it is. I mean, it is art. It's just like, it's human expression, and I don't have to like all of it, but I appreciate it. And visual art is so out of my grasp that I am floored by it. I think I told the story on one of our podcasts of Knockback that Allie and I, our sister Allie, went to the Getty Museum in LA when she visited me when I lived there. And I got in trouble, like not in bad trouble, but a security guard came up and like, can you get away from the painting or whatever? Because I was just like, there was like a beautiful like 16th century painting of a bowl of fruit, and I was like a really close to it because I'm like, this is incredible. There were flies painted on it, where I was like, this is incredible how you can do this. And obviously, we've come a long way since the 15th century, and art has come a long way too. But I wanted to shout out not only a genre of art that I've come to really, really love, but an artist, specifically a living artist that I don't think anyone here will have known listening to it either. Maybe even know, because originally I was gonna be like, oh, like a Yoshitaka Amano or something, but that's like boring. I really love surrealism. It's like my favorite genre of fine art, and really everyone knows Salvador Dali and all of that, but it was the discovery of Rene Magritte that really sent me over the edge. I fucking love him, like love his work. And, Max Ernst and all these different dudes, right? But surrealism is funny because it seems to be the best protected form of fine art, fine visual art from AI. Because surrealism is the bending of the human experience. I don't know what a computer would do with that other than say, if you fed it Dali and Magritte and Ernst and all of these different things, it can come up with something, but it's not going to, I would be very interested to see surrealist art from AI. And to me, that would break down, if AI could do surrealist art very effectively, like really effectively, that would almost break down my entire worldview, because it's like Dali would say, with his art, like he was trying to capture the moment right after you fell asleep. Like that's such a human, like when your mind is fleeting and you're finding rest and you're kind of thinking of things and slowly fading away to the point, like I always find myself waking up with my phone in my face off, like 10 minutes after I put it on, because I was like, I just even faded off in that. And that was what he was trying to capture. And that to me is so human. And Micah makes fun of me, but my favorite surrealist painting is Rene Magritte's painting of the train coming out of the chimney, which is like, so. I told her, she actually started laughing when I said this to her, but I'm like, that's how I feel. That painting is like how I feel. I don't know how to explain it. But I wanted to shout out a living artist in this school that I know personally, not very well, but I've had dinner with him and I've talked to him for many years. And he happens to be the bassist in one of my favorite bands, which is Dredge. And Drew Roulette is the bass player in Dredge. And Dredge is what I would call my second favorite band. And they're responsible for my favorite record, which is El Cielo, my favorite record of all time. And 2002, kind of a prog rock, art rock piece. And they are a very audio visual group. And there is, so like in Catch Without Arms, their record Catch Without Arms, which is after El Cielo, like there's a painting for every song and like different artwork that works for it. So I went to Drew Roulette, who's like a working artist, and started commissioning pieces from him. And specifically, I started commissioning pieces based on some of my favorite Dredge songs. And what I would do would be, I would ask him, so my favorite Dredge song is Sanzin, track 3 on El Cielo. And my instructions to him were just like, I'm like, paint Sanzin, right? Like whatever this song is to you in a visual surrealistic form that you paint, like paint what it means. And he painted this amazing picture. It's on the wall in my living room. And then I went to him again and I said, paint this other song that I really love by them. And he did that too. And it's in our loft. We haven't hung it up yet. 3 foot by 3 foot, huge paintings. Actually, can you guys wait a second? I'll go get it because I can show it to you.
Sure.
Yeah, go get it. Go get it. I'm going to tell a story about the Magritte painting. Colin shows me this painting. It's a train coming out of a chimney. I laughed hysterically. He got upset because he said, I feel like a piece of my soul is in that painting. So I texted it to my mom and she started laughing. Like she texted me, LOL, what is this?
That's
and I was like,
funny.
I told you it was funny. I told you the painting was funny. So that's the whole thing about the train painting is, he showed it to me with no context and was like, what do you think of this painting? And I was like, it's hilarious. Oh, I love it. And I was like, we should get a print of it for the home.
That's funny because the first thing I would think of is that.
I'll put
comedy,
up a maybe I'll have an edit here for Dustin to put up a picture of the one in my living room. But this is a Dredge song. This is the 9th track on LCLO, 18 People Living in Harmony. So he painted this. And you won't be able to see because I know the quality's not great. But that's the piece.
Yeah, I've never seen that one.
So, and these are all totally original. And then he makes prints of these and sells them on his store. So I own the originals. And I'm going to do a third one, I think, as well. We're kind of running out of room. It's not a fucking art gallery.
Does the piece connect with you?
What'd you say?
Does it connect with you?
Dude, it's amazing. I want him to do more and more work for me. Like it's amazing that like I connect with Dredge so deeply, and then I connect with the visual aspect of it so deeply that it's like I don't want to say it's like a lifestyle. That's like not the right word at all. It's just like something that I imbibe. Like they only have a few records, you know, they're really not active anymore. This is a way to kind of connect with them. And I also thought it was really important. This was very important to me, was like the farmer's market mentality of I have some money now and I'm going to spend it on art. Like I'm going to commission art that would not exist if not for this commission. And it might be, it's like, we watch Antiques Roadshow all the time. We love Antiques Roadshow. And I think sometimes it's like, well, someone like 100 years on Antiques Roadshow come up and be like, I have this Drew Roulette. It's like, okay, so this man is named Drew Roulette. He was the bassist in like a obscure band in the early 2000s named Dredge. And this was commissioned by this person, and it's worth, you know, whatever, probably not very much. I don't know, but it would be cool to think that these could be in a museum one day. And I love surrealism. And I do love that I was attracted to, again, a genre that I feel like is somewhat, nothing's immune to AI, nothing, sure. But it seems like it doesn't make sense for a computer to do surrealist art. Like it doesn't even make sense.
That song, track 3 on their album, what is it called?
Sanzen, Sanzen, which is probably my favorite song of all time.
Yeah, it's a great song.
I love that song so much. And I'll make sure Dustin includes a picture of that painting here as well. And you can buy prints of both of these, I think. But Drew's a great guy. I went out to dinner with him once in San Francisco. They're from San Francisco, and I was pitching them on a book. I wanted to write a book about Dredge. I still want to at some point because they're so powerful and so interesting, and they never made it very big. Like they're one of those bands where it's like, how did an album like El Cielo come out and everyone's like, this isn't the most amazing thing I've ever heard in my life? Like that's how I understand why people don't like 311. Like I get it. I understand why people don't like, you know, new metal or any, but like this band, I'm like, damn, these guys are so talented and so good and are saying something so amazing. In fact, one of their lines is art is dying, is art dead, which I think is very poignant right now. So yeah, I want to give a shout out to Drew Roulette instead of doing the Yoshitaka Amano route or whatever. Shout out to him.
Very cool. Yeah. I think, by the way, Amano, did I read? He's the most highly paid existing commercial artist, I think, on the planet. He's the wealthiest. I don't know if he's the wealthiest fine artist, but he is also a fine artist. But I think in the commercial realm, he's worth the most, which is interesting. Micah, it's funny that you bring up you guys are both talking about this Magritte painting with the train coming out of the fireplace hearth. Time transfixed, 1938, oil on canvas. Micah's saying how she thought it was funny and how her mom had the same reaction, sort of LOL. There is something kind of funny about this painting. Looking at
it's hysterical.
It's just it's very this basic architectural view of the interior of a room with looks like a Lionel train coming out of the fireplace. There's something about the way it's staged.
Do you know it, Jaffe?
I'm looking at it right now.
Oh, okay, you got it. I was looking it up for you just so in case you didn't have context. There is something so powerful about this painting to me. Like,
why?
It's eerie.
It's eerie. I don't know. So he's Belgian, and I think about it first in the context of when it was painted. It's like painted like right in the shadow of the Nazi invasion of all these countries. There's something weird about it. There's something urgent about it, but there's other things too. Like I love how there seems to be no reflection of the right candlestick. Like there's just the mirror's image of the color in the room doesn't seem accurate to the room. Like it's that's what I love about surrealism, is just the open interpretation of, I love weirdness like that. It's really,
I do too.
It's strange. I love this genre so much. Like this is something a computer would do if it didn't understand anything about humans, but only a human can make this.
but I like it that it's like abstraction is great if you're in the right headspace, but this gives you enough that your brain can lock onto as real, but it's so not real, surreal, that it gives rise to a lot of questions. Like I'm looking at the clock, like why did he choose 12:43 for the clock?
Like that time.
Like what is that? What is that about? I'm sure there's a story there.
Yeah,
but...
I was counting it down too. I think there's actually 13 numbers on the clock, which is even more interesting.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. I have to count it again, but I'm pretty sure that's true.
Yeah, there's something threatening about it. It's interesting. You know what it's a great point you bring up with AI in conjunction with surrealism, Kyle, but I'm afraid with AI that it's going to be an easy thing to fake with AI because it's just, to the average civvy, right? To the civilian, it's like just mash up a bunch of things and make it weird, like juxtaposition of two unlike things. And the larger Dali-esque sort of philosophy and that this is like a waking dream and all that kind of thing is one thing. But for AI just to show you weird imagery, it's already happening on accident when you saw like the early AI efforts to make movie trailers, right? It's like it just by its nature comes out surreal because it's trying, but it's not really, it's getting some of it, but not all of it. And it's mashing up unlike things accidentally. So
I just sent you Sansan by ChatGPT done in Renaissance style. So let me know what you think. I haven't heard the song, so I don't know if it's good or not.
Well, you guys talking about just closing this out, which is interesting. You know where I mean, AI is a huge threat for me personally, right? I mean, I'm an animator by trade. I'm an illustrator. But you know where I take a little bit of comfort is that, do you guys remember, I guess in the 80s, maybe into the 90s, you go to the mall and there was those Thomas Kincaid stores, those paintings, Painter of Light.
Yeah.
Right?
I love the guy before you shit on him. I love his shit.
He was wonderful.
Jaffe, you know what's funny? He was an animation background artist. He worked in feature films doing background paintings before he became like this very well-known painter, fine artist, and the mall stores and created an empire.
Right.
But, for me, it was like, that was always, and I don't mean to offend Jaffe, but that was like the tacky mall painting with the built-in LEDs. And, it was a matter of taste. It was like, you could buy those or you could buy like a beautiful, even a print of like a classic impressionistic painting, like a Monet. And that was the barometer of taste. I think that's going to be Colin.
It was the barometer of taste amongst assholes. Yes.
But Colin brought up.
I went to his gallery in, I don't know where I was, one of his galleries, and I talked to the lady who was kind of curating it. And I said, what do you think it is? Why do people shit on this guy so much? Because, he is the best-selling fine artist of the last 20 years. He's dead now, but he is the master of light. But, she's like, the actual work, according to her, I can't speak to it. You could, Dagan, is genuinely well done. Now it's a factory.
He's talented, sure.
And it does what art should do to some extent, not always, but it paints a view of the world that you wish was real. And that it's like Rockwell, right? Rockwell was a genuinely much better artist, of course, in terms of what he was representing and talking about. And I love Rockwell, but his stuff, Thomas Kincaid stuff, is like, hey, it makes you go, I want to step into that. I want to live in that. It's an idealized view of the world. To deny that because it might not be saying anything more than that, to me seems cruel. It's like, why can't someone look at a beautiful little, cottage by the running river with lights at Christmas time and snow falling and go, yeah, it's a Hallmark card, but I wouldn't mind living in that for a while. Yeah, I think most people would.
Yeah, frowning on it feels kind of snobby. Right.
It also makes that person who's frowning on it, you go, you don't want to live there? Where do you want to live? In a fucking, fucking Russia concrete government building that it's all cold and heartless? I don't get it.
Well, with him, I think he might have been the fine art version of like a Jim Davis, right? Where Jim Davis, Garfield Empire, and just stopped doing it and just had a room full of assistants doing all the work for him, and then you think about it, take it full circle to Toriyama sensei, right? Like this guy was one of the most prolific mangaka that ever lived and had like 2 assistants that spotted blacks. This guy drew everything to like the day he died. and was, churning out.
I'm from Alabama. You have to define spotted blacks. It means something different.
So he would leave large open areas and just put an F on it or a B in it and say just this entire area is filled in blacks with the brush pen or the Sharpie or whatever they were using.
Got it.
So he would draw that's what his assistants didn't draw. You know what I mean? Where Jim Davis stopped drawing Garfield. Now I don't know that Thomas Kincaid stopped painting. I don't want to say that. I don't know enough about that guy.
Yeah.
But that's a thing where it's like you create, well, you said it, Jaffe, you create this factory. It stops becoming art. It's this processed assembly line factory thing now. Right.
Yay.
No, but wait a minute. But wait a minute. Then you really, it's like when I tell my kids when they get upset, it's like, well, Taylor Swift's hurting the environment with all of her flying around in a private plane. It's like, okay, sure. But is that much harm being countered by the amount of joy that she does bring to many millions of fans? So let's say that the paintings are being done in a factory that's, quote, bad. But 95% of the people who see his paintings are given a ping of happy dopamine, or they buy them and bring them home, and it as a childhood memory. I remember that picture. There's a picture behind me right now that me and my brother used to call Bertha Butt. It's been in our family forever. And Alexa, stop. And I don't know where it came from, but that's a warm memory for me. And, if that was made in a factory, what am I going to do? Throw it away? I don't care. It's, I don't know. I hear I'm stunned how much I'm enjoying this conversation though. I didn't, because I never really thought about this stuff, the art stuff. It's just kind of stuff that hangs on walls and I see it. And I was just at the museum a couple of weeks ago. I love going to museums, but I've never really talked this deep about it. It's really interesting to me. So it's cool, man. Thank you.
It's fun. It's fun.
Speaking of what's his name? Toriyama. He's got a game coming out. I mean, he didn't live to see it.
Sandland.
Sandland looks awesome. It looks really fucking good. So, and it looks just like his fucking style.
Yeah, it's a good Bandai Namco has an advantage here and tastefully like selling it based on this being like the last thing that he would be involved in, or one of the last things, the last game.
That's who's publishing that one.
Maybe, maybe Dragon Quest. I mean, we haven't seen Dragon Quest 12 yet, but I really hope that he's done with whatever he's supposed to be doing with that. Although I know they were going in a different direction, so maybe he's not involved in that game. I don't know.
Oh, that would be sad.
It would be weird. I mean, when he died, I just tweeted out the picture of the slime because it's like my favorite.
Oh yeah, I mean that's an icon.
And he drew that. It's just
yeah.
So,
dude, it's Mario, Mickey Mouse, and Dragon Quest slime. Like it's not that much lower. It's an icon. It's an iconic thing. I mean, Toriyama is interesting. The Sandland thing is interesting because that manga is like 20 years old. So,
dude, I read that Vampire Hunter D is still going. Like,
oh, I don't know. They might have I don't know.
Like in some way. I don't know if I'm sorry.
Sandland's not still going. You're saying it was made 20 years ago. It's not.
The manga is older.
Yeah,
it's not a contemporary thing. I don't think it's still going.
I bring that up, by the way. That seems like a non sequitur. I bring that up because that's the only other Amano thing I even know. Other than Final Fantasy is Vampire Hunter.
Good point.
Well, yeah.
All right, yeah, you guys killed it today. I mean, listen, put a bow on this one. We'll go around the horn for parting shots and goodbyes. Jaffe, I'll start with you, my friend.
Always fun. Thank you guys for having me. I did really try not to interrupt as much.
You were great. I thought you were great. I thought you were fantastic.
So awesome. Like, here's the problem with it, because there's so many good things that I have to let like pitches go by. I'm like, fuck, but I'm not going to interrupt. But that was a good fucking joke. But fuck it, I'm not interrupting. Anyway, point is, thanks for having me. I love all the topics were great. It's always fun. Thank you guys. If you're interested in my brand of malarkey, come find me on Twitter. David's got Jaffe, or YouTube, blah, blah, blah. You know that.
And I'll be on the show soon, so people can check it out.
Yeah, Colin's coming on next week, and we're going to talk about, he basically sends me an email after the Oscars when I talk about this lady talking about God. And I'll paraphrase. Why are you such an asshole, Jaffe? That's pretty much what the fucking email was when it comes to God and religion and shit. And I said, let's have a conversation. And he says, great. So he's going to be on the show next week. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. So yeah.
Nice. And I saw that tweet. And I saw the controversy. It's very interesting.
I'm not anti-God. I'm not anti-religion. I am. That's not true. Anyway, I'm done.
Micah, my friend, my sister-in-law, lover of circus peanuts. Goodbye.
Goodbye. And I have to say, I realized, talking about that painting with the train, I realized why I think it's so funny. As a kid, I had one of the Thomas the Tank Engine books, and it's the one that shows Henry the train bricked up behind that wall. Like Henry was being a bad train, so they just put a brick wall in his
Which one was
so
Henry? I don't know
out.
who that was.
I think it was Green.
Okay.
And it killed, as a kid, it was the funniest thing. And I would turn to that page in the book and I'd point and laugh at him because he was stuck behind that wall. And like, it was the funniest fucking thing. I found out later that some people were deeply disturbed by that page in the book. They're like, oh my God, they put him behind a wall. That's kind of weird.
The Cask of Amontillado storyline from Poe.
Yeah, really.
And I loved that. That was my favorite page of the whole book, was that train trapped behind a brick wall, his little eyes poking over it so you can see he's back there. And I think that's what resonated with me about that Magritte painting, was I saw the train coming out of the fireplace or whatever, and I was like, it's Henry coming out from behind the brick wall because he's been bad.
But your mom thought it was funny too.
She did, and she used to laugh at that page with me. So I don't know if she would remember it, like, unless I brought it up, but we loved that Thomas the Train book, and we would always laugh at Henry. So I think there's something there.
If you ever invite me back, I want to do children's books, our favorite children's books, because there's so many that you never forget. Anyway,
that would be fun.
Yes, absolutely.
That would be a lot of fun. Kyle, goodbye.
Goodbye, my friend. Yeah, it's good to. How did you feel about hosting? Are you enjoying it? Well, maybe keep it going. Oh, good. I like it too. I feel much looser when I don't have to. Sacred Symbols take so much out of me for some reason, and then this goes the next day. And I feel like I just had to listen to Dustin rant and rave about fucking anime for 5 hours, and now I have to do this, So
that's back to back 8 hours or more.
Yeah. So no, it's cool. I think people really enjoyed the last episode too that you did. So we'll maybe keep this going. But yeah, no, it's good to be here, and I'm looking forward to it. We went pretty late, which is totally fine. We have to go walk the dogs maybe, and then we're gonna go to dinner. So. And Colin's going to get a little silly, have a few old fashions.
All right. I'm rooting for you, my friend.
Thank you.
Well, listen, night falls on yet another episode of Constellation here at Last Stand Media. Thank you so much out there for your love, kindness, and support. We appreciate you all. We simply couldn't do it without you. We want you to know we feel that good loving. Patreon.com/LastStandMedia for early ad-free access to all our great shows. Constellation, of course, being the greatest. For Kyle, Micah, and Mr. Jaffe, I'm Dagan Moriarty saying, we'll see you next time. Let Dagan host. Goodbye.
Constellation is a product of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show was conceived by and is directed and hosted by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-host is my brother, Dagan Moriarty. The show is produced by Last Stand's executive producer, Dustin Furman, and is edited by associate producer, Ben Smith. All Last Stand theme music is by Ramon Narvaez, and all of our graphics and logos are by Dagan Moriarty. As you know, all of Last Stand Media's podcasts, including Constellation, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest support tier, and we're infinitely grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor.